Gentlemen, gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready for total Nijisanji death? I know I am. Oh boy. Oh boy. Today has been a day. Today has been a day of days. And it is showing absolutely no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Not anytime soon. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. I think that recent events have shown us, beyond any faintest amount of doubt, that Nijisanji is in the uncontested position of Black Company for 2024. You know, I once watched a podcast about the Roman Empire, and during it, the host commented on the fact that it was very easy to come up with a list of good Roman emperors, and it was very easy to come up with a list of bad Roman emperors. But the problem was that one of the principal definitions of a good emperor versus a bad emperor was that good emperors tended to reign a very long time, and bad emperors tended to reign a very short amount of time. Thus, it was a paradox inherent that the worst emperor would not necessarily be the emperor who served for the shortest period of time, but it would instead be the emperor who managed to limp along doing as poor a job as possible without actually being so terrible that he got assassinated or removed. And this is the thing that we have in the VTuber space. We have a large number of what you might call black companies. You might call them terrible companies, and there are companies that have collapsed. I mean, nearly collapsed. Somehow Wactor is still a thing, somehow. I don't know how. I'm certain the Yakuza are involved in that somehow. But you've got things like Wactor, you've got CyberLive, you've got Cyber Idol, you've got Sundaria. All of these were bad companies. But they were bad companies because they eventually collapsed. But Nijisanji is the worst Roman emperor of the VTuber community because it is a company that has such a massive reach and such a massive level of influence in the VTuber space and industry. And yet, they are also terrible in every way. And the more we learn about Nijisanji, the worse they get. So I think it would be completely justifiable to say that Nijisanji is the worst Roman emperor of VTuber companies, because it is run with just the bare minimum of competence necessary for it to claw its way onwards and upwards at a steadily declining but still generally upwards pace, with new debuts, new covers, new songs, etc. But that is also so monumentally incompetent and hopeless at this activity that it provides us with this steady stream of broken dreams and shattered ambitions and miserable, unhappy talents. This is a true mark of exceptional incompetence. This is an epic fail. A true epic fail. That we have somebody like Selen Tatsuki, who, up until very recently, had over 800,000 subscribers. That is more subscribers than something like 99% of YouTube. She had a very successful career as a Nijisanji VTuber. She was undoubtedly a pillar of the company. And yet now, we learn that for all of that, for all that effort, for all that expenditure, for all that energy, Riku simply drops her the moment it becomes inconvenient. That there is no future in Nijisanji. Nijisanji does not care about you. Nijisanji is the socialism of VTuber corporations. It does not matter what your assets are. It does not matter what your accomplishments are. You are all equal before the blade of the scythe, and you will be harvested. You will be used up. You will be wrung dry by the unfeeling power of the company. And at the end, you are going to be spat out, and you are going to be discarded without the slightest second thought. And worst of all, if you stand up for yourself, if you try and defend yourself, if you try and use your influence, if you try to stand on your rights and point out that you have accomplished so much, then they will simply consider that an act of treason, and they will slander you on your way out to try and get rid of you as fast and as quietly as possible so that things can go back to the way they always should be. And that is why Nijisanji will never, ever redeem itself in my eyes. The only way that Nijisanji at this point could redeem itself was if it undergoes a VHOSHO level of restructuring, where the bad elements are simply removed in a very public and aggressive fashion, aside from fruit, but we don't talk about fruit, and replaced by people that are actually accredited in some fashion. Man, I woke up 30 minutes ago, this shit crazy. Yeah, imagine how I felt when I woke up at about 1 p.m. I am just in awe. And here's a personal anecdote. Here's an issue. And in fact, I'm going to post it on the forum later on. But the 9th of the month, so on the 9th of February, I have to pay for another session of cloud hosting for our forum. By this point, this week, I had hoped to remove the virtual asylum from the cloud service and transfer it to the new host. But the problem is that the way that Zen4o's cloud system works is that I have to request a backup of the forum in advance. And that is, I think that it's timed to about the last 24 hours. So if I were to go to the Zen4o staff right now and say, hey, I would like a backup of my forum's content so that I can move it off the cloud, then there would at minimum be a gap of 24 hours in terms of content since their last backup. So we would lose the entire Selen thread, pretty much. So I can't, in good conscience, transfer us off the cloud this billing period, because to do so, it would almost certainly remove a whole load of content about Selen. And we have her Doki Bird return stream in 2 days' time. I can't transfer off before then, so that's like 05, 06, 07... So that'll take us up to the 7th. And then after that, I'm sure there'll be more explanations, more details revealed. I almost guarantee that the thread will have 100 more pages by the end of the week, at least. And who knows, maybe more Nijisanji characters will have graduated by then. It is just an explosion. Yeah, as Thrang just said, non-stop rapid-fire drama. I guarantee you it is non-stop rapid-fire drama for the next week. So I am at minimum going to have to extend our Cloudflare subscription, or I keep saying Cloudflare, I'm sorry, cloud hosting. Cloud hosting. I am going to have to extend our cloud hosting subscription for another month. It's looking like a guarantee at this point, because I cannot in good conscience take the forum down for maybe the 24 hours needed to transfer it onto the self-hosting service. It just doesn't work. The only thing that I can think of doing is to keep up the current server, but request a backup and then sort of awkwardly migrate over the new stuff that is made on the cloud hosting version, but it's gonna be a thing. It's annoying. Group graduation and solidarity, let's go. Oh boy, that would be such a thing. Sorry, I need to take a drink of water. I will be drinking a fair amount. You know, in fact, guys, I might drink as in alcohol because tonight is a night. It feels like a night for drinking. Would you like me to do that? Would you like me to turn this into a drinking stream? You are, because you're assholes and you want to see me drunk, don't you? You horrible people. Ah, ah. Can't you do a backup and restore manually in 1 hour if you prepare? No, I have no physical access to our files on cloud hosting. I am completely at the mercy of the cloud hosting company, and their only method is to me a link that is the backup. What they will do is they will, within about 24 hours of me asking for a backup, they will send me a link to a tarball of files, which is all the files on the forum. And then I download it to the host machine, and then I deploy it on the Zen4o software installed on that host machine. But I do not physically have any access to the cloud hosting files. So I am at the mercy of whatever timetable Zen4o would like to put out there. But enough about TVA. There are people who are apparently new to this stream, so I am going to, as best as I can, recap the stuff that has happened in the last few hours, well, more like 12 hours nearly. So the first post in the termination of Selen Tatsuki. Also, do people say Selen or do they say Celine? I'm very curious. I've heard her called Selen before, but I've also heard Celine. Does it matter? I'm not sure. I kind of go with Selen because I've heard other livers call her that, but I'm not entirely certain. So today at 10:53 a.m., Selen Tatsuki's YouTube channel is completely wiped. They did this spontaneously with absolutely no warning. And also at the same time, let me just get the thing up here. They removed her completely from the Nijisanji website. So Selen Tatsuki was no longer listed on the Nijisanji EN website or on any part of Nijisanji's website as far as I'm aware. And then at about, was it 5 or 10 minutes later? No, it was only 5 minutes later. 5 minutes after that, Nijisanji EN put out the legendary tweet. And this tweet is hilarious because it had a community note on it. Allow me to look for the community note because there has been a whole ton of stuff. Because also, for anybody who is on the Discord at the moment, you will, if you want to bring up any specific information to me, you will have to @ me directly because I do not see regular pings and updates because stuff was coming in so fast I had to mute the server. Otherwise, the little message bar on the side of my Windows thing was just going constantly, no matter how much I tried to click through stuff. But yes, there was a community note, and I'm trying to find the part where there was a community note on this. I will just give me a second. There's been some hilarious stuff going on, and I will get to it in a moment. Yes, here it is. Here it is. I found it. Thank you very much, Rai. I will just open stuff. I'll tab over to my notes in a second. Studio mode. Is everything good? I apologize for the flashbang, you horrible people. Actually, wait, can I set my... Let me just see if I can select my, everybody. Let me just see if I can select my system to dark mode, because people just don't seem to like light mode for whatever reason. Edit profile. No, I can't. I can't do that. How on earth do I even do this? It's very annoying. How do you even... you know what? I'm not going to bother. For people, just turn down your monitor bright. Turn down your monitor brightness now. This is your only warning. Turn down your monitor brightness. And clickety, clickety, clickety. Transition. There we go. Here we are right now. Let me just look at chat for a second. I've only heard Selen. This is literally the first time I've heard Celine. Okay. The archivers didn't even get a chance. Yep, I'm absolutely convinced they did it entirely to make it so that as a spiteful act. I fully believe at this point that Nijisanji is acting spitefully towards Selen and is trying to control the narrative. TND is now trendier than the TTD. I mean, my eyes, yes, it's terrible. Yes, they already archived her stuff. It's just too large to share because it's around 4 terabytes. If somebody would like to post a link to the Selen streams backups, then I will pin that in chat for anybody who is curious. You can also put it in a comment on the video as well. Like, feel free to. I don't think it will be filtered by the moderator, by the auto mod or whatever I've got on my channel comments. But yeah, you're free to drop a link to that stuff in the chat. Anyway, let us look back at this glorious thing. Notice termination of Selen Tatsuki's contract with Anycolor. We hereby announce that we have had to make the difficult decision to terminate our contract with the Nijisanji EN liver Selen Tatsuki, effective immediately, due to repeated breaches of contract and misleading statements on social platforms. Attached is the detailed explanation of the circumstances that led to this decision being taken. Let us have a look at this this whacked level bullshit. Let me just zoom in a tiny bit. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Why does it do that? I can't resize the damn thing properly. Let me open image in new tab. There we go. Now it's nice and big. We sincerely appreciate your ongoing support for Nijisanji EN. It is with regret that we have had to make the difficult decision to terminate our affiliation contract with Nijisanji EN liver Selen Tatsuki due to multiple breaches of contract and misleading statements on social platforms. For transparency, we have provided a detailed explanation of the circumstances and reasons that have unfortunately led us to this decision below. You can't see it right now, but I'm like holding my hands together in front of my face in a particular gesture. I'm certain that the people in this chat who are familiar with site culture know what that the certain gesture is at the moment. We can look back for a second, make sure everything's good. Yep. Anycolor has established activity rules that our affiliated livers agree to comply with. These rules are designed to prevent infringement of third-party rights, leakage of confidential information belonging to Anycolor or third parties, damage to the reputation or credibility of third parties, and other acts that may violate rights, engage in illegal activities, or involve socially condemned behaviors. As a company, we are confident that, in order to deliver content for our fans to enjoy in the long term, and to create an environment where our affiliated livers can safely perform their activities with the support of fans and various stakeholders, it is essential for both our livers and our company to unite and adhere to compliance with the activity rules. Look at how this is written. This is written in such a weasel-worded kind of way. These rules are designed to prevent infringement of third-party rights. So, right from the very start, they are going, oh, these rules aren't designed. We care so much. We care so much about third-party rights that we are going, before we talk about ourselves, to talk about third parties and how much we care for them. And we're going to plant that little seed in your head that all of Selen's problems are because she infringed third-party rights. Because, you know, why on earth would we mention third-party rights as the first thing when it's our company that is being affected if it wasn't third-party rights and violations thereof that got her terminated? And also down here, it is essential for both our livers and our company to unite and adhere to compliance with the activity rules. They're acting as if it is a mutual contract between the livers and the company for these activity rules. Keep in mind that VTubers in companies are independent contractors. They have no rights in the company as far as I am aware. I have never once at any point in my communication with anyone who has been in a company or is currently still in a company had ever anybody mention that they have rights in their contract. That is not a thing. Nobody has so much as mentioned the words rights to me about their contracts, ever. And let me just remind you that we have never actually seen any of these contracts. The only contract that I have ever seen is the one from Cyber Idol, which is the one that was run by that underaged scammer. And spoiler warning, it wasn't a particularly good contract. I would legitimately pay quite a large amount of money to be able to get my hands on a Nijisanji contract. A large amount of money. I'm talking like I would pay somebody several €100 to give me a contract of Nijisanji's, a Nijisanji contract, sorry. Let me get a second, have a bite of my apple. Yandere dev level bullshit excuses from any color. Our biggest fault is caring too much. Oh yes, I agree. I agree, Porian. Their biggest problem is that they care too much. Proctor, if you're on Windows, just go into personalization and under color, select dark from the drop-down menu. Okay, maybe, well, I'm not going to do that right now, but definitely sometime soon. Archive, ragtag, moe. Replace pin message. Thank you, Thrang. Thank you, Thrang. I have now pinned that. Corporations are people, my friend. VTubers don't deserve rights, TVD. Doesn't it fall under predatory contract category? We don't know. We don't know, because nobody has ever given us any... There's a chance Millie is a manager because of how defensive she is. I sincerely hope not. Nijisanji is our greatest ally. Anyway, let us continue. Violations by Selen Tatsuki of the activity rules. Despite our efforts to uphold these rules, Selen Tatsuki has repeatedly violated the activity rules since joining Nijisanji EN in July of 2021. Selen Tatsuki's actions in violation of the activity rules encompass a wide range of issues, such as non-compliance with rights confirmation and authorization flows, which could potentially lead to infringement of third-party rights, including copyrights. The violations also include unauthorized usage of works and assets belonging to others affiliated with any color, disregarding the intentions of these parties, as well as lack of communication with creators, resulting in delays in Selen Tatsuki's commission payments to creators. Furthermore, there have been ongoing reports about inappropriate behavior by Selen Tatsuki throughout her time as a Nijisanji EN liver. We have been addressing these concerns as they arise. As a company, we recognize that these violations of the activity rules could damage the trust placed in Nijisanji EN. We are also aware that such violations jeopardize the ongoing activities of other livers affiliated with any color. Furthermore, we had consistently issued warnings to Selen Tatsuki each time there was a violation of the activity rules. However, she repeatedly disregarded these warnings, often failing to reciprocate communication with her managers. Additionally, Selen Tatsuki has repeatedly posted false or misleading information on social media, insinuating that the violations of the activity rules were due to mismanagement by any color. Ah, can you imagine? I hope that your hats are suitably flipped. I really hope that if you are wearing hats at the moment, they are currently backflipping off your heads at the absolute indignation and shock and horror at the horrific crimes of Selen Tatsuki, aka Dokiberg. Definitely do not look her up on YouTube. So let's break this down again. I will read the rest in a moment. So they say that Selen Tatsuki has repeatedly violated the activity rules. Okay, that's, not an outrageous thing to say. Such as non-compliance with rights confirmation and authorization flows. So basically what they're saying here is that she did not properly do things with relation to securing third-party rights or access to copyright, which we know from multiple different experiences that Nijisanji has a absolutely dreadful track record of managers getting back to talents when it comes to copyright issues and situations. You can have talent sitting there waiting for things to be approved by managers for days or even weeks, and managers just do nothing and they don't care. And then there have been ongoing reports about inappropriate behavior by Selen Tatsuki throughout her time as a Nijisanji EN liver. This is the worst, most vague statement you could possibly make, because you're immediately, again, you're planting that seed in people's minds. Ongoing reports from who? Are we talking about fans? Are we talking about other Nijisanji EN livers? This is creating paranoia. You can tell that nobody here who wrote this has any understanding of how VTuber communities work, because saying ongoing reports but not providing any additional information will just mean everybody out there who reads this is going to go, who was it? Who was it that was doing these reports? Let's start combing through other livers' communication channels. Let's start looking at VT and all of these rats and all of these leaks that we think are going to happen. Let's have a look and think about it. Which person could it be? Was it Millie? Was it Illyra? Was it Pomu? Was it some other guy whose name I don't know? Who was it? Who is the rat who has been reporting Selen? What is the deep lore here? And then they go, as a company, we'll recognize these violations of the activity rules could damage the trust placed in Nijisanji EN. Again, this is completely clueless. This is absurdly clueless. There is no way. It's just absolutely insane. We tried constructive dismissal, but we just got impatient and just fired her. They cost Pomu a Metal Gear collab, Never Forgive. Yeah, I know. So they're saying, again, this is entirely on them. They're saying, oh, we are the wounded party here. Don't listen to the evil Selen Tatsuki. Her actions have damaged trust in Any Color. But Any Color is the greatest architects of their own destruction. They are incapable of... It is baffling. This company is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of yen, and yet they cannot handle PR under any circumstances. You could... A Nijisanji employee could lead a puppy parade and he'd somehow still find a way to get accused of being a Nazi or something like that, or blunder into some absurd contrived situation where he is somehow the worst looking person in the entire room. It is astonishing to me. There are people who are supposed to be professionals working at this company, and yet this is the most unprofessional nonsense. This is worse. This is actually worse than something written by ChatGPT. I could have written a better statement from this. I could have written a better statement. Hell, Nijisanji, if you want, hire me, Nijisanji. I promise I will whitewash your image much faster than any Japanese marketing professional that you can possibly bring on. And here they go. We had consistently issued warnings to Selen Tatsuki each time there was a violation of the activity rules. You mean you stealth suspended her multiple times? Do we know how many times Selen has been stealth suspended? Because I know that it's happened at least once before. And then we repeatedly posted false or misleading information on social media, insinuating that the violations of the activity rules were due to mismanagement by Any Color. Yeah, because they were. They were the results of your mismanagement. If they were the fault of Selen Tatsuki, you need to actually prove it. You are already throwing her under the bus. You need to provide concrete information. Like, let me be clear for a second. Let me be clear. Overwhelmingly, the support is currently on Selen's side. But let us think for a second. Just imagine for 1 second that Selen is actually somehow the guilty party in all of this. Let's assume that in some kind of magical alternative universe, Selen is a genuinely dreadful and appalling person, and every single word that Nijisanji in this document are claiming is true is actually true. This would still be the worst possible way to handle this statement, because the lack of facts just allows negative parties to, literally just like I'm doing right now, to spin the situation in the worst light possible. This is not the way to defend your company, even if the facts are 100% on your side, which they demonstrably, through evidence-based factual information, are not. I can't get over this. This shows a level of presumption, a level of ignorance, a level of stupidity that is this is Disney woke marketing level of insanity here. This is the worst way to handle things possibly. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing before I burst a blood vessel, because this is genuinely starting to enrage me. I try not to. I've deliberately kind of kept myself ignorant of some of this stuff. I skim-read this when it first came out, but I didn't focus or dwell on it too much because I like my reactions to be raw and unfiltered. I'm actually sine-waving from Schadenfreude to genuine shock, horror, and disgust. Yeah, even if Selen is at fault on all accounts, it's still management failure, obviously. Yeah, I agree. Let's assume Selen is Ruchia. And again, for those who don't understand the question, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast yesterday? I am not saying that Selen is in any way guilty of anything. I am saying that in the best light possible, this is still a terrible statement, no matter what spin you try and put on it. Anyway, have I got this lined up properly? No, that's the other thing. Just take another drink before we go on here, because I can tell I'm going to get pretty passionate tonight, and I am going to wear my voice out very quickly at this rate. In May 2023, we sent a notice to Selen Tatsuki stating that any further violation of the activity rules or engaging in false or misleading statements that could damage our company's reputation would result in the termination of our affiliate contract. However, she has continued to violate the activity rules, and this is quite interesting. This is something that I actually have not seen discussed all that much. So it says in May 2023. So that was about, 8 or 9 months ago? No, it was a little less than that, like 7 months ago. So 7 months ago in 2023, Selen was, according to Nijisanji, given an official warning that any further violations of her activity rules, or whatever bullshit they want to call them, would result in the termination of her contract. So we're not talking, this is the interesting thing to me, we're not actually talking about the events of the last few months here. We're talking in May 2023. So before May 2023, according to Nijisanji, Selen had made enough violations of her contract that she was on the verge of termination. Now, if somebody wants to ping me in the Discord or whatever, I would really like to know, do we have any idea what they could possibly be referring to in this event? Like, what events that happened before May of 2023 could they possibly be referring to here as things we can possibly say are outright violations of Selen's contract, or things that the insane management of Nijisanji could consider to be violations? I'd like people to tell me that if as we go forwards. And do it on the Discord, because I'm probably going to be a bit behind in chat when I'm finished reading this. Events leading to the suspension of Selen Tatsuki's activities, all times in JST. Amidst the aforementioned circumstances, on December 26th, 2023, Selen Tatsuki posted a music video on Selen Tatsuki's YouTube channel, without prior approval, as required by the activity rules. The materials for the music video were shared for the first time with our management on December 24th. Since some elements in the music video lacked proper authorization, on December 25th, we communicated to Selen Tatsuki that permission needed to be obtained from relevant parties, requesting her to wait before releasing it. Despite this, Selen Tatsuki disregarded the notice and proceeded with the unauthorized posting. Our immediate response was to make the music video private until all authorizations were confirmed from our end. At the same time, the reasoning was clearly explained to Selen Tatsuki. However, Selen Tatsuki took to social media, specifically X, making misleading statements that omitted essential context, notably, management has privated the song. Furthermore, Selen Tatsuki's post includes a statement encouraging third parties to re-upload the music video, which breaches Any Color's Guidelines for Secondary Creation, Article 1, Paragraph 2. These actions led to various misunderstandings that damaged the reputation of both Any Color and Nijisanji Ien. In an effort to calm the situation, we sought to either publicly disclose the reasons for making the music video private or have Selen Tatsuki disclose them herself. While being mindful of Selen Tatsuki's physical and mental health, management did their best to communicate with not only Selen Tatsuki herself, but also her emergency contact. However, despite frequent communication with Selen Tatsuki's emergency contact, while remaining considerate of her situation, we were unable to come to an agreement on how to proceed. The decision was made to temporarily remove her access to accounts on various social media platforms and video distribution services under the name Selen Tatsuki. We're going to get back to that in a second because, oh my, the rats. Oh, where the rats yar. Let me just look at pings for a second. Stream material. Check my message, check my chat message in YouTube chat. Somebody else is pinging me for 1 second. Yeah, Murray says, May 2023 is when she tried to host a new outfit design contest with prize money from her own pocket. Why would that be a violation, though? Not sure if that's what in fact happened, led to trouble with management, just something that happened at around the same time. Yeah, I can actually see how a company like Nijisanji would be like that. Yep, and Reinigan says May 2023 would be the costume contest she wanted to hold where she paid artist winners out of her own pocket. Isn't that the Apex thing, the one she couldn't do tournaments anymore? Apex tourney was late summer. Misleading statements did their best only to throw her under the bus. Reminder that in Japan you can be successfully sued for slander even if the statements were 100% factual. Yeah. I'm stuck in rage mode. Yep. I can't wait for TVA. When TVA core gets off the ground, then hoo boy, all the Sekuhara statement. Well, good grief, Porian. What on earth was that sentence? The firing Twitter post is written like a bitter ex listing any petty BS they can half remember to score and own. Yep, I agree. That is exactly how this sounds. Nijisanji should be redacted, their offices and redacted. Yeah, but let's get back to this. So let's break this down a tiny bit. So they claim that Selen... Now this is where I'm going to give Nijisanji a absolutely minuscule fraction of the doubt here. Because I do in fact believe that Selen published this video without prior authorization. However, I believe that she only did that because she was sick and tired of this whole situation and decided to just go, fuck it, and just went ahead and did it. That's how I read this situation. I think that by this point, Selen was so beaten down and miserable and upset by her experience with Nijisanji that she was probably even self-sabotaging deliberately to try and trigger something. We have evidence now that she legitimately was in the hospital, that she had some kind of mental breakdown, because later on in this statement they say that this was to do with Selen's physical and mental health. So they're coming right out and saying it, that Selen was probably suicidal at this point. And I can believe that. So Nijisanji's management is so terrible that it actually made a talent suicidal, guys. Man, this looks a lot worse after you realize she tried to do a flip. Yeah, I agree. This is completely demented. Any Color almost got a body count out of this. Any Color was nearly the first VTuber company to have a VTuber commit suicide because of something the company did. That's how bad we get. 100% it has big fuck it energy, I agree. Imagine someone suing someone in Japan, be like, "Judge, he said I am a little bitch. He's right, but that offended me." Oh. Big question. Why is it always the easiest things that gives the biggest problems to this company? Are they just stupid, or is there something else? As far as I know about Japanese copyright law and everything, is that the Japanese are incredibly anal about copyright. So it's the thing with Nintendo as well. Nintendo is notorious for taking down and order and giving cease and desist letters to absolutely anything, even if it is completely and transparently fair use with no question whatsoever. And a lot of this traces back to an incident with HoloLive, because when HoloLive first started and debuted their first couple of generations, they actually had very lax attitudes towards permissions, or at least lax for a Japanese company. But what happened was, somebody did actually go out and start claiming a lot of HoloLive's videos for copyright violations. I'm not sure the full details, but it definitely happened. And as a result, HoloLive, people like Okami Mio, had large numbers of their VODs just redacted and deleted because they contained copyrighted material they had not received explicit permission to reproduce. So from that point onwards, the Japanese corposphere was, you have to get signed explicit authorization for absolutely any kind of copyrighted material you show in your streams so that we are 100% covered. Like, to the point that if a talent in one of these companies wants to play, say, modded Minecraft and wants to install a Minecraft mod pack, they have to individually find and contact every single mod author within that mod pack and get their individual permission to use that material in their mod pack before they can use that mod pack on a live stream. That's how extreme the copyright demands is. And a lot of people were ratting that one of the reasons that Selen's music video was taken down was because there are slides in it that include, I think it's Nina, and I forget who else it is, but it's Nina and somebody else who graduated from the company, and I want to kill my dog right now because he is outside barking hysterically, and it's at something, and it is really, really irritating. Well, it's not my dog, it's my parents' dog. But he is a bit big, and it is very irritating. But yeah, so that happened, and sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there. The barking was so loud that that completely derailed my mental train of thought. Give me a second, please. Yeah, the Capcom Holocaust, that's exactly what happened. It was Capcom that went after them. That reminds me of Gura's mod for Palworld. You must have my explicit permission to use it. I don't have a fax. Yes, Mr. and Nina. That they were mentioned, their designs were visualized in that music video. And a lot of people ratted that Selen did not have permission to show those two graduated talents, and that's why she put it out. We don't, Aquatic Invertebrate, we don't actually know specifically why the video was privated. Chances are management was just annoyed Selen did something without first getting their okay after asking permission a dozen times. I would agree with that assessment overall. I have no interest in giving Nijisanji any benefit of the doubt in this regard at all. I think that what happened was that Selen, because we know that she spent $15,000 of her own money on this music video, and I believe, correct me if I am wrong, I believe that music videos and so forth are paid for by the talents, that if you want to get an AMV or whatever they're called done for Nijisanji, and I believe it may also be for HoloLive as well, is that you pay for it out of your own pocket. And so Selen had spent 15,000 of her own money on this, and she was probably waiting around for it to be approved, and management just wasn't doing it. And this was the very, very last in a long series of screw ups by management, and she was just like, I'm done. I'm done. I can't deal with this any longer. This is too much stress for me. This is I'm actually slurring my words. I'm sorry about that. This is too much stress for me. This is too much pressure for me. I am just going to put this out there, and if this damns me and damns Selen, I don't care. I am through at this point. I'm just done. And I don't blame her in the slightest. I do think it was, honestly, maybe a little bit of a woman moment. I think she would... If I had been in Selen's position, what I would have done is lawyer the hell up. Lawyer the hell up and exit as fast as possible, but make sure you have some kind of legal representation. Make sure that you have contacts within the industry you can turn to. Reach out to people to get your story across, because look at how the VTuber sphere has responded to all of this right now. Is that, again, Selen has said nothing, and yet everybody is 100% on her side. Imagine if Selen had come out with a Sayu or a Zion-style document in advance, and it just said, bugger it, I'm getting out of Nijisanji, this is why this company is death to me. Imagine how much that would have got, how well that would have gone over. Like, people would have been supporting her in droves. That might well have been a death blow for any color right there. Again, I can understand why she didn't. I can understand both from a legal perspective and a personal perspective, but I would not have been surprised if she'd done that. And I think if she'd done that, then even if she'd been sued or whatever, she could have just put up a GoFundMe and said, hey, I'm being sued by this black company that is objectively evil and terrible, and I have information to prove it. You can bet that GoFundMe would hit its cap within like 24 hours and probably go far beyond that. I never underestimate the support that people have for underdogs in this industry. Oh, sorry, just give me a second, please. Let me go down to termination of affiliation contract. Oh, my neck. I am one of the stiff-necked. I am very Jewish tonight. I am one of the stiff-necked people. Oh. After attempting to address the aforementioned situation and communicating with the legal counsel representing Selen Tatsuki, we conveyed the necessity of Selen Tatsuki to inform the public about the reasons behind our decision to make the music video private. Additionally, we expressed to Selen Tatsuki our expectations for future compliance with the activity rules from here on. Despite our efforts, Selen Tatsuki demanded that Any Color should be held legally responsible. She claimed she was no longer able to engage in her activities as a liver due to the decisions made by Any Color, was being harassed by other affiliated livers due to mismanagement, etc., while refusing to acknowledge her own responsibility for violating the activity rules. Moreover, Selen Tatsuki insisted that if the negotiations did not progress, she would proceed to release a statement regarding her claims to the public, which she should have done without even negotiating, to be perfectly blunt. Stop with the noises, otherwise kill. Comply. Comply. Yeah, so immediately, look at this. So they bring up this. Was being harassed by other affiliated livers due to mismanagement, etc. This is another enormous blunder, because now people will be... It's already been talked about, I think. Who is the mysterious harasser? They even said other affiliated livers, so it has got to be somebody within Nijisanji En. So Any Color has officially stated that there are bullying problems within Nijisanji. Here we go, indirectly admitting effed shit happened. Exactly. This is the most terrible PR statement I have read in an incredibly long time. Millie. I don't think that it's fair to say that Millie is a harasser. I've seen an awful lot of people going, oh, Millie is the evil bitch. Millie is the terrible person. We need to anti-Millie. Millie is awful. I would like to, again, maybe we're wrong. I'm not going to say that we're wrong, but I will say that from everything I know about Millie, is that she is basically the Pippa of Nijisanji is that Nijisanji was her dream job. It was something that she was desperate to get into because somebody else, it was Enna, like she's very close with Enna, and Enna got in, and so did Millie, and Millie just wants Nijisanji to work out. She is a very naive, honestly kind of stupid woman, I'd say, and no offense to her, but she is kind of stupid. Morons believe this PR shifting blame on the tubers. Yeah, I agree. I don't blame Millie for anything, and I think that Millie is very naive and is deliberately wearing rose-tinted glasses because she sees what she has worked on very hard falling apart down around her ears, and I don't blame her for that. I really don't blame her for that. What am I doing? There we go. Sorry. You compare, sorry, okay, comparing Millie to Pippa. Now you are being too mean to Millie. The question is it really a liver or is it a manager? Because Niji, I wouldn't put it besides Niji to throw the talents under the bus just to say we did nothing wrong and couldn't stop it. I highly doubt she is naive. That girl was tricked into pressing Alt F4 in a live stream. She is very dumb. She is a very, very dumb, naive, innocent person, and there's nothing wrong with that. So yeah, unless there is some kind of mega leak that says, yeah, Millie is the Archduke Ferdinand of Nijisanji and is the cause of the Nijisanji Great War, then I don't believe that. I genuinely struggle to even guess who would be doing any of the bullying. Bullying the girls all seem nice, but if there was any alpha bitch shit going on, we'd have seen signs on stream. Women. You're not thinking like a woman. Women are incredibly good at being complete and absolute bitches to each other in private and being incredibly sugary sweet to each other in public. Trust me, it happens. I can believe that there is some clique stuff going on in Nijisanji. I can totally believe it, and I can completely believe they would be able to hide it well enough to say on stream, oh hey woman who I hate in private, it's wonderful to see you. Hard to say. Millie has said some dumb and tone-deaf comments, but I don't think graduated talents like Nina would keep up with her if it was malicious. Yeah, I agree. I think that, I've said this on Discord as well, and I will say it here. I believe that all of the rats regarding cliques within Nijisanji will only be answered if, well, to be honest, when Nijisanji EN hard collapses and everyone graduates. Because after that, they will be free to associate with each other as they like. And so, if two Nijisanji EN livers leave the company and continue to openly communicate with each other, you can tell that those people obviously don't really have much against each other, but if you have a case where two Nijisanji livers graduate and they never talk to each other again, they never mention each other again, they never associate with each other, then that's pretty much a guarantee that at the very least there was something nasty going on between them, or they considered each other rivals, or their relationship wasn't, was a negative one. And honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that in a company like Nijisanji, it's all right to have people you don't particularly like. And I think that when you have so many different people there are going to be personalities that inevitably clash. And so long as that doesn't turn into deliberate maliciousness, there's nothing wrong with two livers in the same company just not particularly liking each other. And I think that people should be willing to accept that. But at the same time, because it's women, I can believe there's some nonsense going on behind itself. Sorry, one second. Let me just look back at... Oh, wait, I have 3 pings. I have somebody pinging me. Somebody just sent me a DM saying both Millie and Enna come from retail hell. Both had difficult childhoods. However shitty Niji may be, chances are it's still better than what they went through before that. And yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable attitude. I can understand that. I got a bunch of other... Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of pings on Discord from various places right now. Why am I getting content suggestions? Here is Sayu commenting on this. Oh, interesting. I might have a conversation. I might talk about Sayu later, by the way. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with a whole bunch of stuff that people are sending me in the background right now and all the stuff on the Discord. Yeah, Nijisanji had a third page, didn't they? Wait, didn't Nijisanji have a... was this it? Ah, here we are. Sorry. This was the silly way that that Twitter rendered this. Sorry, just drink. Any color believes that the claims raised by Selen Tatsuki are in fact referring to situations that arose when she was warned about her breaches of the activity rules and attempts to shift the responsibility from these violations, damaging Any Color and Nijisanji Ien's image. This led to the deterioration of the relationship between her, Any Color, and other livers affiliated with Any Color. Any Color firmly believes that we and the other livers under our affiliation have not engaged in... Okay, this is nonsense. Again, this is ESL gibberish. Look at this nonsense here. So they say, first of all, that Selen is saying that she was bullied, and then they say that they believe that she is referring to a deterioration of the relationship between her and other livers due to the events that transpired that involving her rules violations. So this is framed in an absurd fashion. Any Color themselves are basically saying, yeah, there is bullying going on. And then Any Color says, we firmly believe that we and the other livers under our affiliation have not engaged in unjust practices towards Selen Tatsuki. And again, this... did a lawyer write this? Because this is absurd. Look at the wording. Firmly believes. But they're not saying we didn't. They're not saying we didn't do this. They're saying we believe we didn't do this. So they're not even legally saying... we didn't do this. They are saying, to our knowledge, we didn't do this, and we have reason to believe we didn't do this, but that's not a definitive statement. Considering the irreparable damage, yeah, you got that right, that's the most truthful part of this entire thing so far. Considering the irreparable damage to our company's reputation and threat to the ongoing activities of our affiliated livers, we regrettably concluded that the termination of our affiliation contract with Selen Tatsuki was unavoidable. They just went nuh-uh. It's not even nuh-uh. Since becoming a part of Nijisanji Ien on 2021, Selen Tatsuki has undeniably played a significant role in the growth of Nijisanji Ien. We fully understand that our decision to terminate the contract will have a significant impact on Selen Tatsuki's fans and supporters of Nijisanji Ien. However, ensuring responsible content creation through adherence to the activity rules is fundamental to our mission. It is with deep regret that we must part ways with our affiliated liver, Selen Tatsuki. One second, let me just look up here again. I'm trying to find... affiliated. Okay, that's a weird... They say affiliated livers, and they capitalize livers, but they don't capitalize affiliated. Sorry, some of this is just throwing me off. It is with deep regret that we must part ways with our affiliated liver, Selen Tatsuki, as we could not reach an agreement on our points of view. However, we would like to ask for the understanding of our fans as to the circumstances that led to this decision. As of today, the 5th of February, 2024, Selen Tatsuki's activities will cease. Her YouTube membership will be closed and her social media accounts will be made private. We will also gradually halt the sale of merchandise and voice content. Please, blah, 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 blah. Selen Tatsuki's revenue payment for these has already either been completed or is planned to be settled by the end of February. The Nijisanji Ien VTuber group Obsidia will pursue their activities with the Rosamine Lovelock and Petra Gurin, yeah, the only 2 Obsidia members left. We humbly request your continued support for Obsidia and Nijisanji Ien in the future. For all inquiries related to this please contact Any Color, Japan Ien. and refrain from contacting any colors livers, including any contact on social media or on stream. Sincerely, Any Color Inc. Well, that's bullshit. I can definitely smell bullshit. Amazed they admitted she was popular, almost expected them to downplay that it's to cover their ass if they get sued by Selen over an unjust practice. I hope Selen sues them, to be honest. I really hope. Let me just have a bite of buttermy apple. This is literally hostile workplace HR complaints after a poor worky review. She threatened them with a lawsuit for damages. They must have hired a lawyer. Yeah. Can't be definitive if Selen basically never had the manager. Niji just has too many people for there not to be cliques. Yeah, I agree. I do think there are cliques within Nijisanji. There's no doubt about that in my mind. But this, again, what can you even say? This makes Girard's, the completionist's, apology and clarifications regarding his charity fraud thing look like the best, most written PR statement in years. By comparison, this is terrible. This is just dreadful. I can't believe this. I can't believe what I'm reading. This is the kind of thing that you have, that if you are a Selen fan or a Nijisanji fan, this response is the kind of thing you have nightmares about, as being the worst case scenario in your direst nightmares, and yet Nijisanji just casually does it. They just casually do it. I just can't even, guys. I literally can't even. I am not evening right now. That's how not evening I am at the moment. But there's a bunch of other stuff. Let me just go back to just chatting for a second. There we go. Because I want to just look at the rest of my stuff here for a moment. Yeah. Here it is. Sorry about that. This got a community note on this. Niji EN's statement says that they privated a music video before saying it was misleading for Selen to say management privated the video, a contradiction. Selen claims she even asked to leave the company after bullying and a toxic environment led to her hospitalization. Yep. Yep. That's about it. So Nijisanji managed to contradict themselves in their own statement and get a community note on it. And if you look here, there is no community note. Nijisanji deliberately went and removed this community note. That's how arse mad they were about this. They went and removed the community note that was clarifying the lie that they told in their own official statement. That's an amazing company right there. Such a beautiful company, guys. I really hope that Nijisanji's newest applications are full of very good and wonderful and wholesome people. And now we have, here it is, 1, 2. So Doki Bird, I forget how long it was. Let me see. This was 3:55 p.m. February the 5th. When did Nijisanji make this? 10. So quite a long difference, quite a big difference. So about like 5 hours different. So Doki Bird, who is Selen, by the way, in case somebody somehow doesn't know. What's my thing like? Here it is. I will turn this on and we can listen to it. There are a handful of dedicated simps acting like the Niji post means it's all fine, but generally all the fan communities are openly pissed. Yeah. Well, how could they dox her on a community note? They are really afraid of getting bad reputation. Mate, that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. Nijisanji is Black Company. Nijisanji has won Black History Month. You can't top this. Nijisanji is the Black Company of Black History Month.
I waited until I stopped crying, and I'm more calm now
Listen
to
to that
make this voice tweet. But thank you, everybody, for all the love and all the support you've all given me so far. And I was honestly caught off guard by the announcement as well. I was luckily awake because all I do is just play games until I'm really, really, really tired, and then to force myself to sleep because I definitely haven't slept well in a very long time. And I guess I was lucky enough to be awake at the right time to have friends message me about what was going on. But anyway, I just want to say thank you, everybody. It's just a huge weight off my shoulders, and it's going to be hard, but I know we are strong together. And I'm just happy I'll be able to celebrate Lunar New Year with all of you, because that was what I was most, I guess, not most concerned about, but at least we get to start off Lunar New Year a little happier. Anyway, also gone 多謝全部人都繼續 support 我，我好開心可以同咁多人傾偈，同咁多人咁愛我。And also I want to say thank you to all my old and new friends for backing me up and seeing all the friends I've made in the past couple of years messaging me, giving their public support, giving their testimonies about me and all the artists. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
That is the voice of a really broken woman. That's a really, really, really broken woman, guys. I'm just going to play her second message as well, because it's only 13 seconds.
Thank you, everybody. Let's laugh again soon, okay? No more crying, no more sad tears. Let's be happy for the new year.
Oops. Yeah, I mean, if any of you have listened to Selen actually on a stream and how she sounds compared to this, it's just terrible. I mean, I don't even really watch Selen, but I've watched some clips of her and I've seen how vivacious she is, how much life and energy she had in her clips and in her streams. And listening to that voice right there, I'm sorry, that you could take that audio and just, that's the audio I want to hear playing as the stock ticker for Nijisanji just redlines, as Nijisanji stocks just start plummeting in value and it turns into a fire sale overnight. That's the audio that I want Riku to hear as he desperately struggles to inflate his life belt as he plunges off the side of his burning yacht after it explodes from from faulty wiring caused by neglectful maintenance after he overloaded it with silver play buttons that meant that the maintenance staff couldn't get to the essential electronics within his vehicle, and that's how he dies. I'm sorry, that went weird places. I don't watch her either, but that voice was so sad. I agree. It's miserable. It really is miserable. I can barely recognize her voice in there. Yeah. if you're a company and you've ever made a woman sound like this, you better bloody hope that you're a theatrical company, because if imagine she wasn't the laughing dragon for nothing, but hell, Niji leached the whole life out of the most lively person ever. Yeah, and they did that within 2 years. Imagine the amount of stress that she has been under for the last year or two, dealing with Any Color and Nijisanji. I mean, do we have any idea if Selen ever applied to, say, Hololive or whatever? I want you to imagine an alternate timeline, guys. An alternate timeline where Selen was hired by Hololive. Can you imagine what she would be like at the moment in Hololive? I'm planning out the whole Final Destination sequel for Riku-sama. Yeah, but again, let us just contrast what happened with Mel. How on earth do you pronounce her first name? I think it's Yozora Mel or something. When she was terminated for stuff that everybody admits was her fault, basically, is that apparently she leaked company information. There's a rat that she talked to Kason, and Kason was able to get insider information from Mel because they kept up communication after Kason was graduated. Kason wasn't fired, she graduated. They both thought the other applied to their company as well. She would love her life if she was in Hololive. Yeah, yeah. She wanted to be in Holo, but was applying to the wrong company, when I remember it right. Yeah, yeah, I agree. This is definitely the worst timeline when it comes to that. Didn't one of the tournaments Selen organized only go through because she basically co-opted Hololive managers to actually arrange it? I did not know that. Did I get it right? Yozora Mel. Proctor got a Japanese name right for the first time. Yeah, I tried. I try. Let me just switch back to just chatting so that I don't blind you poor innocent people. Yeah, TND Rising. But when Mel was terminated, everybody in the company was like, this was a terrible thing, but she kind of brought it on herself. And although it was unfortunate, we wish her well. We hope everything goes well. And I think even Mel herself kind of said, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Let's just try and move on from this and everybody be nice to each other. And look at the contrast in the reception to that, where everybody who was watching Hololive, I think the worst thing that people said to Hololive about that was, yeah, maybe you should have been a bit more strict, and they were actually saying maybe you should have managed her a bit harder so that she knew her boundaries more. Nobody was saying, oh, you assholes punished Mel, so why can you hear Discord pings? Because I've got it on streamer mode, so wait, is it not on streamer mode? Is it a bit better Discord or something? Here, let me just see if I can toggle streamer mode. How on earth do I even toggle streamer mode? I don't even know. User settings. Notification settings. I don't even know how to do this. Sorry, guys. Privacy and security. Streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay, now you shouldn't hear my Discord pings. I do apologize for that. That was just BB announcing her schedule, in case anybody was curious. Found something earlier. All the times management through a wrench. Ooh, this might be interesting. Let me just go over to this. Oh, this is beautiful. I'm going to put this on screen in just a second. Let me just open this in a new tab. Oh, wait, it doesn't give timestamps perfectly in all of these. Ah, there it is. Here we go, guys. Hololive and Mel handled the situation as best as possible. Nijisanji actively dogs their talents out. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, the Nijisanji, Holostars, Hololoid, Apex Tourney largely put together by Stars managers. Hey, Stars somehow winning still. Is there any proof that management any color is suck? That's terrible, ESL. I really apologize to announce this, but unfortunately, despite everything I tried to make it work, I will not be able to hold the Fall Guys tournament anymore, and I will not be able to organize any more international tournaments from here on out. I can still try and organize stuff from within EN, but I'm sorry for disappointing my fans and those looking forward to the Fall Guys tournament. I hope that you look forward to other libraries, international events, and tournaments in future. That was on the 08th of August 2023. It's on the 10th of May. Negotiated again with management. The 10th of May. So this was, let me just go back to this for a second. So in May 2023, we sent a notice to Selen Tatsuki stating that any further blah, 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 of engaging in false. So this is around the time when, so that's true. So this was on the 10th of May, negotiated again with management, and the form will be corrected soon. 5 designs will be picked and will be awarded 1,000 USD each, but only 1 will become an official outfit. Please note that I'm paying the price out of my own pocket and not the company. I was told no originally and cannot provide prizes and fought for it for a long time as shown on past streams, so I am glad that I can finally award artists some form of compensation in the end after fighting for so long to even be able to host it. So yep, this lines up with Nijisanji's statement. So this is probably the kind of thing that they were talking about in May. Because that's for May 10th is about halfway through May. The timelines line up. We're noticing, chat. We're noticing. Stars mega winning ATM with the quality 3D debuts. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Just to clarify, I originally wanted to provide prizes out of my own pocket, but that was denied at first. Look at that exclamation mark. I always want to support artists and have done so throughout my career here in Nijisanji, so I am happy that I was able to in the end, even though I could always do more. And of course, we have the legendary announcement. I apologize, but management has privated the song. Please feel free to re-upload since a lot of money and effort was done by so many dragoons. I'm really sad this has happened on Christmas, and I hope somehow you guys will still be able to listen to it in some way. This is a great meme. The fact that Nijisanji didn't want her to pay artists out of her own pocket is just baffling to me. And let me go back to the Discord and look, because I saw something. Some artists were actually talking about this as well. So let me just go back to just chatting for a second while I organize my tabs. It is, here it is, Mel Van Fexpo or something like that. Here we are. Excellent. This is what I wanted to see. Transition. This is Melon Minty. And there she is. I'm a melon. I've never heard of this person before, but apparently she said, I worked with her last year at Selen on a cosplay and dance video, and she was incredibly sweet the entire time. I never officially signed an NDA because Any Color kept sending me one with incorrect info, and I refused to sign it till it was fixed. They never did, which is why I never posted the photos, because I didn't want them to come from me. Please continue to support her through this. She has always made sure the creators she commed were paid and in the loop when the agency failed to do so. Notice how she says always here, so that means this happened multiple times. Apparently, let me just look up in my Discord thing. I think somebody else said this too. Copy link, and no, that doesn't work. I really hate how Discord works sometimes. I really hate how Discord works. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. This guy's called Frel. Have I got this on my screen properly? Yes, I do. I feel the need to add some context since people are assuming things without knowing what I did. I have never worked for Nijisanji technically. Selen was the one who contacted me and paid me with her own money. I did sign an NDA with Nijisanji, but again, Selen was the one doing all the work with me. I never once interacted with Nijisanji or management. I worked with Selen for a year on animated shorts, and then this situation happened. I never worked for Niji directly, and I was not part of the production of animations for the Niji main YouTube channel. Since all the work I did got deleted by Nijisanji, all the content I did and therefore context is lost. And this guy made this announcement that he was not going to be providing any more Nijisanji animations, and basically he was quitting the Nijisanji VTuber community, which I don't blame him in the slightest. I'm being pinged very loudly. Yep, this was another guy. I will just put this guy on screen too. Oh, wait, sorry, I put this open in the wrong thing. My apologies. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm getting mixed up in my own tabs. Yeah, this is the guy. My apologies, guys. I'm sorry. $1 million company, everyone. Can't even sign an artist. Yep. So this is the guy, and these are his tweets that he's talking about. And he says, please refrain from using my experience to spread negativity and ill intentions. This I don't understand. I don't understand this attitude within the VTuber community that you're not allowed to talk about bad things or negative things, even when it's directly affecting people. Again, I don't blame people because there are hate mobs and everything. I know that myself. There are people that will deliberately post nasty things just to try and hurt people. But in this case, Nijisanji deserves absolutely everything they've gotten. Somebody is beeping me again. Virev and Nijisanji crossing streams. Okay. Small corpo, please understand. Yep. This is just so embarrassing on so many different levels. No, that's not the tab that I wanted. There we go. And then there's Maddie, who says, all this talk of Nijisanji, I want to say she literally had to pay me herself for her birthday commission she got from me, because the company didn't pay me after months. She always been kind to me and commissioned me even before she joined. I didn't expect this to get any attention, but I want to say I'm sure they had intentions on paying me, but it seems like their management is just not very reliable. Not very reliable, guys. Just a little bit of tomfoolery. Nothing serious at all. Nothing major. Stop noticing anything. I think when it wouldn't be on Twitter, we wouldn't see this don't spread hate that often, but people know what a cesspool Twitter is. Yeah, I can understand that attitude. I can understand that to a degree. Sorry, just 1 second. Lots and lots of thirsty stuff. And there's also this... Actually, no, I'm not going to get onto that just yet. Yeah, this is just Triggerpoint, who I quite like. Average VTuber journalist. Triggerpoint is a cool guy. They deleted all of her streams just before termination. There was no time for anybody to archive anything. This seems to be just an act of pure spite. Let me just close my tabs and mess around with this a little bit. Where is the thing that I wanted? It's very annoying. I don't have it, which is very irritating. There was a specific image that I wanted to bring up because there was a lot of speculation when Selen's account tweeted that she was in hospital. There was a lot of speculation that it was management and not Selen herself. And here it is. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. Here it is. The rats were right all along. So this is Selen's last tweet on her account, where after her song was privated, she said on her account after a few days, was it a few days or a week or so, I forget, I apologize for the silence. I've been in hospital after an accident and will be staying there for a few days to be under supervision. I just got back access to my phone yesterday. And look down here at this anon. He says, the post about her hospitalization used a curly apostrophe. Most, but not all, of her past posts used a straight one. Frankly, it's jarring and weird and immediately obvious. American/Canadian keyboards don't even have a key with a curly apostrophe. You press the apostrophe key and you get a straight one like these. Japanese keyboards, on the other hand, do. The apostrophe key on Japanese keyboards prints a curly apostrophe like these. And if you look at this, let me see if I can zoom in a bit. Yeah, look here. It's got this curly apostrophe. Whereas in her other tweets, it's a straight apostrophe. This guy was true. This was true. I kneel apostrophe. The rats are always right about Kurosanji. It's like conspiracy theories. Just means precognition. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful, guys. This is insane, and I can't believe I'm living in this universe. But it's true. It's honestly though, it wouldn't even be the fact that the fact of the apostrophe thing. It's just the way this thing is misspelled. It says for a few day. I just got back access to my phone yesterday. This is very ESL method of typing. This does not sound like an English person typed this. That by itself would, I feel, be justification enough to rat that this was a manager and not somebody who was not Selen. I apologize. And not Selen herself. Oh dear, I'm gonna get bilious by now. Let me also look at more of these details. Oh yeah, here's this was another thing that Maddie sent. Visit site. Not to mention, they failed sending me NDAs 3 times because they wrote someone else's name down on it. Big Kusa. Yeah, and somebody else says Mel had the same experience, which we've already gone over. So we are now up to 3 separate artists that have said that Nijisanji failed to pay them, or that Nijisanji screwed up NDAs. So we're 3 artists so far. Imagine if 3 artists came out and said this kind of stuff about HoloLive. This would, this is the thing. Nijisanji has now got such a terrible reputation that nonsense like this can just scoot past, and people are just like, yeah, we expected that. This isn't a surprise to us any longer. It's insane to me that your standards can get so low. Imagine if Fishman, imagine if 3 artists who worked with the Fishman of Phase Connect came out and said, yeah, Fishman didn't pay us for months. And he also wanted us to sign NDAs that he worded badly. How much would you guys, as Phase Connect fans, just kind of blow up about that? You would carry, that would be worth its own thread on TVA. You know, the Fishman failure to pay artists, exploitation nonsense. That would be a thread of itself. That would be a yab that I would make a stream on. But no, in here, it is the garnish on top of the dish that Nijisanji has served up to us and expects us to ask for seconds from. Now I am wondering if most of their employers and employees work part-time in any color just to cut cost. It would not surprise me at this point. None of this would surprise me. Almost up to an hour and a half already. Whew. And this is another very funny thing that I saw that I will... This is Nijisanji's... Oh, not the Nijisanji Wikipedia page, but... So, on Wikipedia, at the moment... Look here. This is the Black Company page on Wikipedia. A black company, also referred to in English as a black corporation, is a Japanese term for an exploitative sweatshop-style employment system. Nijisanji has been added to this list, and the Wikipedia editors have been going back and forth on this change for at least several hours, because this was posted at 8:05 p.m., so it's now like 3 or 4 hours later. And apparently 7 or 8 times, and by the time I looked into this an hour or 2 ago, this had been added and removed 8 times. I'm sure that it's been added and removed multiple times since then. Niji was the VTuber company for words I can't really say on YouTube. No wonder they kept it hush-hush till now. The fish keeps his sweatshop in-house. Artists are mostly slurs, so I wouldn't really care. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised when Fishman does it because he lost the money in Mahjong. Fishman was a filthy jonger all along. I can't believe it, guys. And there is even more nonsense. This is just blowing up everywhere at the moment. This is more artists saying, how do you support a company that isn't even there to support their livers? I heard this management stuff takes a long-ass time to do anything because they have to convey it to the upper management who are all old JP corporate boomers who only see idols as objects. Yeah. And, but you're just shutting in. That, Sayu and False ID had a live stream shortly a few hours ago where they talked about this very event, and Sayu, aka Zion, could not talk in detail because of the legal threats against her. But she said she actually directly referenced this issue, how when she tried to get things changed inside the company, the lower managers would just go to the higher managers and they would just parrot exactly what the higher managers said to them back at to the livers. And the livers were just like, yeah, look, we can't change anything, don't bother. Just don't bother. Just don't try. There's no point. We've tried. She said that they told her this is how companies work, and she apparently has worked at Google and other places before, and Google, she said that she knows for a fact this isn't how companies worked because she has worked at big companies like Google before, and Google is a bad company. Let's get that out of the way. Google is an evil company. I consider Google to be monsters, to be perfectly honest. If you are being unfavorably compared to Google as a corporation, you've got some bad stuff happening in your management ranks, guys. That is not a favorable comparison at all. That is not a favorable comparison at all. Someone convinced Dexerto to put out an article calling Niji a black company. That way you can hit Wikipedia with a citation and it stays. Sayu also used to work for Apple too. Oh dear, I hope she took a very long and hard shower after every day working for those companies to wash the evil off her, honestly. Now then, I'm nearly... Oh yes, this was another thing as well. Let me just try it. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Here we are. So, it turns out that Nijisanji's incompetence knows no bounds because after they announced Selen's termination, they forgot to demoderate her moderators. Thank you, Reinigan, for capturing this, by the way. I love how that's an Asmongold clip in your recommends. I know you've been watching, right? So after Nijisanji terminated Selen and removed all of her videos, Nijisanji moderators rebelled. They had had enough. They took Selen's side in all of this. Here we go. Sorry. And there we go. Sorry, I've got to transition. They took Selen's side, and this is what they put up. They put up an old live stream that she'd obviously privated at some point. So they took over control of her channel, and they posted this, and then they said to people who were coming to the stream and in curiosity, go and subscribe to Doki Bird, that's who Selen is. I wouldn't call Nijisanji a black company because they aren't competent enough for it. I can't disagree. I tragically can't disagree. Proctor, how do you have 130 viewers? Look at this number, friend. Look at Faceless Waifu with a number, friend. I mean, it's pretty obvious I'm covering a fairly important topic, like the day that it happens. I'm sure I'll get this exact same amount of viewers the next time I do a Pal World stream, guys. But yeah, so not only did Nijisanji Yeah, good on those Dragoon moderators for not bootlicking Ilika's heel. So Nijisanji now actually has to deal with a moderator rebellion. Jannies rise up. The janitors rose up, guys. They wielded their mops and they fought back against Nijisanji. They said, we are no longer going to mop your floors for you, Nijisanji. We are rising up. Rise up, Jannies. Rise up, Jannies. Janny revolution. So yeah, they were just sitting in chat saying, "Hey, just go to Dokibird stream. Just go to Dokibird. Go subscribe to Dokibird." And as a result, Dokibird, can somebody just link her channel to me? Actually, I can just look it up, can't I? YouTube Dokibird. Last time, before all of this, Dokibird had 12k subscribers. She currently has 175,000 subscribers, so she has inclined by over 160,000 subscribers since this has happened. I mean, it's a long way from the 800,000, but goddamn, I feel happy for her. I really feel happy for her that this happened. They pulled a Renaissance, rare Janny win, based mods going rogue. Proc, do you have to buy all Doki's merch now? Hell, Dokibird does commissions. She does art commissions. I mean, I'm not gonna do it now because again, I feel like it's an asshole move to try and pressure a vulnerable woman in the moment of to just say, hey, could you draw some kind of stuff for us? I'm not going to do that. No, that would be an asshole move. But at some point down the line, I would unironically look be happy to go and commission Dokibird to do something for the forum. I think that would be cool. She finally gets a silver play button. Yep, she finally gets a silver play button. Yeah, congratulations on Dokibird for getting the silver play button at long last. Riku has been jilted. Riku has been spurned. Riku has been defeated. This is one silver play button that will stay out of Riku's grasp, and I, for one, am delighted about it. Absolutely delighted. And then there's some other things, like this is going multi-company at this point. This is really going multi-company or multi-corpo because you have, yep, this is still up. This is Elia Stellaria of Videre. Now, a little bit of background on Videre. Videre is a company that was formed by the third generation of Kawaii Productions, who all left the Kawaii en masse because Kawaii had a talent called Oshin Otoishi, and Oshin Otoishi was terminated because she was discovered spreading malicious rumors about the talents behind their backs, and but later on, the rest of Gen 3 Kawaii basically just said, screw this, we are all graduating en masse because Kawaii has a problem that we're just tired of dealing with this, because Kawaii is a Japanese company as well, so they have all the problems of Nijisanji, trust me at this point. Selen grad notice sitting at 14.5 million views on Twitter, just an amazing self-sabotage for Niji. And but yeah, so this is Elia Stellaria, and she is just saying bullying should never be tolerated, so they're firing shots at Nijisanji. This is just open Nijisanji season from all these people, and it prompted me to tweet as well that I think this is going to be the year when individual VTubers and small-scale VTuber startup companies start overtaking mainstream corporations, definitely in terms of dynamism and in terms of the kind of appeal that they generate, because these old companies have just lost the plot. They're no longer holding all the cards. The technology has evolved, and the rigging and so on has evolved to the point where you can become a VTuber very easily, so you no longer need to go into a big company in order to be a success in the VTuber sphere. And I think that's 100% a good thing. She spilled, it is Oshin spilled docs info on her coworkers in other discords with a different account. Isn't Kawaii led by Kotaku? I have no idea. Sorry, I cannot comment on that because I don't know. All I know is that Kawaii is the one that has the other Nene, Nene Amano, and she is currently sitting at less CCV than Mozumi Peachy, and I love that. I find that hilarious. I really hope that Mozumi Peachy goes on to completely destroy Nene in all the metrics, because goddamn, that's a girl. If she didn't drink her own piss, that girl would be perfect. This is V Shoujo year. Oh no. Remind me not to tell people to off themselves. The new term is, I hope Nijisanji accepts you. Just too inflexible to keep up with the market, to be honest. Corps and Minimum need to rethink how they've been running things. Had to since viewership started shrinking. Yeah, I think one of the major problems that we have right at the moment is that VTubing has become so mainstream that the audiences have begun cannibalizing each other, that there are now so many VTubers to watch that everybody who would be a VTuber watcher is probably a VTuber watcher already. They already have an Oshi, and unless somebody graduates or somebody yabs or so on, then any new VTuber is not really reaching a new audience, but they are in some way taking viewers away from somebody else who is already a VTuber. And I think that it is time for VTubers to just start trying new things on their own and being more flexible and dynamic. And this is the other thing that Sayu said in her interview with False ID, that I think one of the examples that she gave was that Nijisanji at one point wanted to prevent all livers from doing hand cam streams. So Nijisanji at one point wanted all livers to stop doing any form of hand cam or physical stream. And their argument was that it took viewers out of the experience, that viewers wanted to look at the viewer as a VTuber, not as a physical person, and that any action that caused the viewer to think of the VTuber as a person rather than their avatar decreased attention and drove viewers away. That was the argument. That was the argument that they made. I hope Idol Espanol is successful. I don't want another Wacta/Owozu, but based on how the year is going, I mean, I hope Idol succeeds. I don't really watch any Idol people, but I think that no news is good news in regard to Idol at the moment. Nobody seems to be burning the house down over there, which is good. Mozu had to have some flaw, and that's the piss drinking. I feel like that's a very Dexerto take on the state of VTubing. Hololive is extremely yab-free, is relatively yab-free, and continues to provide capabilities that smaller companies simply don't reach. I agree. I think that Hololive is not going anywhere. I do think that Hololive... let me refine that. Let me refine my take a little bit. I do not think that big corporations are bad to join. Like, for example, with Hololive. The worst Hololive streamer is still in the top 0.1% of VTubers worldwide. No question about that. So if I was given a chance to join Hololive, I'm sorry, I'd join Hololive immediately, because it is objectively still an incredibly beneficial business thing to do. Even if all I did was go to Hololive for 1 year and then graduate, that has established a legacy in the industry that is unquestionably an advantage. Pardon me. So again, I think that companies like Hololive are an objective benefit to the industry, but Hololive really seems to have learned and adapted to at least some degree, and they seem to be relatively hands-off and allow talents to do things on their own, which I approve of. But for something like Nijisanji and, God forbid, Wactor and these other nonsense Japanese corporations which still have this hardcore idol mentality, I think there is no future for those corporations, and they will continue to just eat off the same overtaxed land until there is nothing left. There's nothing left for them. Sorry, just a moment. Iron Mouse should have 18k viewers daily on her streams, not 5k or 8k at max. That's a very insightful comment, Iron Mouse fan. I don't think it really helps to pretend Hololive is anywhere near the norm for corps, though. I agree. I would agree. Hololive is I disagree. Hololive is very hands-on. I mean, maybe I don't know an enormous amount about Hololive, but I don't hear too much complaints about Hololive's management or stuff like that. And even if you say hands-on, I think there's a difference, because Hololive actually pushes its VTubers to do things, whereas it seems like one of the major arguments against Nijisanji at the moment is that it's very much both. They operate in a kind of sink or swim mentality towards talents, but they also actively prevent talents from doing things. For example, that was Pomu's issue, that was Nina's issue. They wanted to do things, but management just said, nope, you can't do that. Screw you. Whereas Hololive definitely seems to be the kind of corporation where if you want to do something, Hololive has this management structure where you can go through proper channels, you can say, can I do this? And they will say, well, yeah, we would like to help you do that. Or if you want to do things, then we're there. This is what we'd like you to do. This is what we can facilitate you to do. So I'm just going to have a bite of my apple. Hell, by now, the only thing you need to do to have a working VTuber agency is to stay yab-free. The ideal corpo setup is letting the talent mostly do their good thing while providing funding to beef production quality. I would agree. I would agree with you, but you definitely need to have the right kind of talent. And I think that one of the main reasons FaZe Connect is so successful is because they got the right talent. This is Fishman's ability. He seems very good at picking the right people for the right job. I don't think that Fishman is particularly good as a company manager, but I do think that he is good at finding people that fit into the right roles for it. Hololive has a tight leash with a gentle hand. That is a very good way to describe it, actually. I think that would be an excellent way to describe it. Hololive, tight leash, gentle hand. And I think that is actually a pretty good thing to do, especially if you're relatively new in the industry like some VTubers are. Good grief, this Doki bird. Oh, wow. Let's just tab over to this for a second. Let me just do it here. $5,000 waiting. We go even further beyond. Here we go. Like the chat, it's 2 days. It's gonna be. She's not gonna be live for another 2 days, and yet she is going this fast. Her chat is going this fast. He's got the right autism for the job. I kind of agree. Fishman just needs to do the opposite of whatever Dizzy says to do. Not just the talent, Fishman's approach when it comes to managing his talents is, I would describe as well balanced. I agree. I agree with you there. I think that he may have problems, but he seems to know when to shut up and just let people get on with what they're supposed to be doing, which is clearly not something that Nijisanji can do. Speaking of Nijisanji, let us see if there is anything more that I can highlight. Yep, this is another thing, another thing from the Anon boards. Reminder that the statement is full of holes. The statement mentions multiple breaches of the activity rules by Selen, but lacks anything specific on the nature of those violations, no mention of any specific issues. This is mainly Any Color's perspective. Nothing in this statement has any mention of Selen's side of the story. Any Color gave Selen multiple warnings, but doesn't specifically say what she is being warned for. The music video was on December 26, 2023, but Terminator Now, stalling for Pomu's graduation. The statement mentions the lack of communications with Selen, but they don't go into details about attempting to resolve the issue or negotiate with her. Statement raised about legal issues, but nothing specific again. They lack any concrete evidence as to why they terminated her in the first place, and I agree. This is a pretty decent summation by Mr. Anon here. And then, of course, we have things like this, which is a statement by Selen's model maker. I don't think it's okay to be sober if you want to be sober. If you need rest, then you should just get enough rest. And I don't like the way you're doing it. It's clearly there, but everyone seems to be ignoring it. That's a bit ESL. Selen's mama joins the fight. I mean, if she's being punished, then yeah, it is what it is. Or if the problem is that she needs rest, then she should take however long she needs. It's just the way they're doing it is quite sickening. She's clearly still there, yet she's being ignored by everyone. Why am I just being beeped? Oh, right, I get it. 1 nanosecond, guys. Somebody just posted this in the and I can't open this. This is very annoying. I'll have to post sorry, I will have to post this on the stream material and then open it like that. There we go. And open in browser. There we go. Somebody just posted this on Matrix. I'm just going to take 2 seconds. I am starting to sweat quite profusely in my very heavy and thick dressing gown that I'm wearing at the moment. So just give me 2 seconds to take this off because it is a much warmer night than I thought it would be. Ah, there we go. I'm back again. I do wonder how involved Yagoo is with the talent management side of things. I mean, he does come from tech. The cuck shack gets hot. Yes, it does sometimes. After everything else, still say Wactor is far worse than Niji. I mean, yeah, but it's in terms of impact. Like, Wactor was never an enormous corporation like Nijisanji, whereas Nijisanji is massive. Nijisanji is absolutely enormous and has had a massive impact on the community, on the VTuber community. Wasn't Nijisanji actually older than Hololive? A dressing gown is a British garment. It is basically a very large, fluffy kind of overcoat that you wear right after getting out of bed, basically, but before you've dressed. That's why it's called a dressing gown. You put it on before you've put on any other clothes, but I wear one outside in my shed when it's a cold night. Because it is quite light, it is very fluffy, and it is very comfortable. The majority of times when I am streaming, I am wrapped up incredibly tightly in like 4 or 5 layers to keep out the cold of this shed. But it is an unnaturally warm February night, and so it got quite hot. So I just took my dressing gown off. It's very cuddly. If I ever accidentally have like some kind of yab with a live webcam or something, it's going to be quite amusing because you're just going to see me sitting here in this enormously thick, puffy white dressing gown with a woolly hood over my head. It's like some kind of mad World War I aviator. That'd be quite entertaining. Hololive beats Niji by a few months, but Niji did grow much faster. Hololive took a while to adapt to the talent-funded tech company concept. Okay, that's interesting. I did not know that. I thought that Niji was older than Hololive, so I have been educated tonight. Thank you. So yeah, that's a lot of legacy to piss on. False Eye. I've been told that there were people in Niji. Yeah, so this is, I'm not going to put this on screen because it's just tiny, but this is an anon thing talking about the false ID stream. It says, when false ID stream, when someone in chat mentioned the clique thing, I've been told that is false ID, not just rumors, but actual friends of livers. that there are people in Niji who don't like Selen. The truth always comes out. I would recommend patience. I will go so far as to say that the one time I have gotten information that I can verify as from being inside Nijisanji itself, they said specifically that they didn't like Selen, so keep that in mind. So yeah, I believe false ID when he says that. This was very much third-hand information, and I can't say anything more about it. But yeah, apparently the people who didn't like Selen thing is a real thing, as far as I am aware. And also there is this thing. Assume it will load. It won't load for some reason. Okay, let's just there we go. For some reason that was slow. Just some personal experience, because I left Niji for Hololive in 2023. This guy's a clipper, by the way, and honestly didn't know about this specific situation, but Nijisanji has always never handled their talent project relations well at all. The livers have always worked everything out themselves without their managers present at all, including stuff like determining the money themselves, etc. The moment I would bring up getting the actual staff involved, they would not want to get them involved. However, official payment was so low that the hired contractors we were competing with, trying to be hired directly without actual Niji involvement anyway. This is a bit ESL, so I'm sorry. This happened with Kyo, actually, and his editor, which was paid upwards of $500 as opposed to $20. In comparison, official paid $20 for a whole video in Niji. So to begin with, we always had this atmosphere of not getting the staff involved. Secondly, why did the management change? Was because some of the old managers left to start an NFT company. Check the web archive of this, or I could honestly just show you my LinkedIn. The Niji staff are in charge of this now failed NFT project. This resulted in the talent becoming in charge of Niji EN. If you want, I can post their LinkedIn, but basically talents ran talents. Overall, a lot of these issues led to a lot of miscommunication within my time. This is why I feel Selen was always effing up with the projects. It always seemed to discourage her to actually get staff involved. If you all really want to know, ex-India branch became lead staff. Yeah, that is quite a revelation. Again, this is a random Discord post. This is not, do not consider this confirmation of anything. But again, this kind of confirms what I have suspected for a very long time, and I have been hearing little whispers and little hints of every now and then. 20 whole dollars. Did the NFTs have yields higher than 2%? If someone wants to go to I have not gone there, Yay Labs or whatever, and see what's there, I don't know. It just gets worse. Yep, it does get worse. I have been beeped. Who have I been beeped by? Oh, that's the same. Okay. Oh, sorry. I just need to relax my jaw for a second. You can find this funny for a few seconds for the few seconds of dead air while I just relax my jaw and have a drink. The rats were true all along. Yep, they were. The Indians dropped their poo all over the company. Nice. Let me just scroll up in chat a little bit. 1 second. My tabs are getting clogged. My tabs. A lot of this tracks with what former Nijis have said too. No manager attention, no project support, no funding for anything. Your project, your problem. That tracks. It's been known Noor from the India branch was one of the original managers for EN and even helped with the first recruitment wave. That is very interesting. Very interesting. So India becoming starved is partially why things are going the way they are now. I mean, I can't imagine how, just even if the India staff are the best people in the world, I can't imagine how awkward it would be for an English person to speak to an Indian person whose English language is not their first, and for that Indian person to then talk to a Japanese person who doesn't know English, who doesn't know Indian, and they have to communicate through two separate language gaps. Can you imagine how painful that would be? How awkward that would be? Niji India was always speculated to have become managers, and it got soft confirmed when Uki messed up and showed one of them in his pre-chat debut. Those were the better managers that left a while ago. Yeah, from everything that people have been saying, the Niji India managers were actually decent people, so I'm cool with that. Okay. All right, if they gave it a sincere effort, then sure. I do believe sincerely that there have been good managers at Nijisanji, but when you get a corporate culture this bad, then aspiring people will join and they will try their best, but they will get burnt out because they will not get support from higher up in the company. The Indians left. The chief manager they had in 2023 was a guy with no experience. It does not surprise me at all. But I mean, the thing is, this is the baffling thing. I have no experience as a manager, okay? I've got no experience as a manager. And yet, from the third-hand things that people like Kirsha, people like Megu, people like even Hexa to a degree, the VTubers have just told me what managers are supposed to do. Things like the presentation of that manager guy at one of, I think it was some expo or other. Management is not difficult conceptually. Sorry, 1 second. Getting a bit tired. Management is not difficult on a conceptual level. What is difficult is maintaining a schedule. What is difficult is moving. You basically have to be able to organize things, and organization is not particularly easy. But organization does, in my experience, tend to be reasonably intuitive. So if you are burning through managers at such a rate, Offkai, thank you, Asahara, Offkai. That then it shows that the situation behind the scenes is terrible. He is now in Lucid. Oh, interesting. Selen had 6 different managers in her first 2 years, but apparently they were often switched out. I mean, the point of a manager is that they get to know the talent and can understand how the talent works. They can understand, a long-term manager should be able to intuitively understand the problems that his talent is facing and how to work with said talent in a reasonable and sensible manner. So if your managers are being switched on, in and out constantly, then you're just going to be burnt out. You're going to be annoyed. You're going to have to reestablish that critical bond of friendship and trust between yourself and this manager over and over again in a short space of time. And that's just not going to be good for you. That it doesn't matter if the manager is good or bad. The fact that level of continuity is broken is a bad thing. It's not positive. Pomu said during graduation the Lazy Lights manager was great and helped her get the F out of there, if I remember correctly. Can you learn Slack and Excel? You can effectively manage talent. I mean, I know Excel already. I mean, Excel was something I was playing around about when I was 2 years old. I have never used Slack, though, so, I mean, Frank, to have a decent schedule, you just need a Discord bot to remind you of things every so often. It's not hard. It's just consistency. That's the problem. Imagine that being such whack that better managers left to start damn NFT programs of all things. Oh dear. And there is one other thing that I would like to highlight for people's attention. So we have a random person whose word I cannot say on YouTube. Wait, no, that's... what am I showing this properly? Sorry, my apologies. I messed something up for a second. Here we go. Let us handle the tabs. Let us handle the tabs correctly. Here we go. This is from somebody who joined a few months ago, January 4th. A lot of people assumed this person was a troll, but I have been able to verify this person is in fact a VTuber of at least 3 view status, so we're not talking about a random nobody who has connections with other people that I know about, and so I trust their word. Car transmission. Okay. Manager burnout seems to be unqualified VTuber hobbyists taking on more responsibility than they could handle. I can see that happening too. That's another valid perspective. But this person, this individual, car transmission, says, from the bits and pieces I've been told about, it's a lot of managers picking favorites and being super restrictive for some livers while letting the other livers have less restrictions. Niji routinely bars and punishes streamers for mixing their past life and current life too much. For example, keeping connections, mods, or even commissioning people from your past life. If management thinks you are going too far, they will restrict you and punish you if you continue too far with your PL. However, this isn't the same for some of the other livers who can post freely on their PL, have previous mods from their PL modding their stream, and commissioning people their PL used. This sort of behavior has created cliques and groups in Nijisanji that routinely kick rocks down at other livers. Management is slow and doesn't prioritize the livers they don't favorite. At least Freeview, it's actually fucking such. No, it is not. This is the annoying thing, is that I tell people, look, just stop speculating. I can't tell you. And people just keep speculating, and it's really annoying. If this person does not want to tell you who they are, could you please just let them? And I know it's not a Niji sister, okay? It is not a Niji sister or a Niji male or anything like that. No, it's not Yuki, okay? So they probably restricted Selen for posting the song she sang during her past life. That's it. That is actually a good angle on it. So that is not a bad suggestion at all. And the clique thing has been brought up so many times at this point. There are a lot of jokes about Illyra Pedora being the leader of some kind of clique within Nijisanji and being a horrible bitch to people behind the backs of everybody else. I have never heard of any verification of this, but I know that multiple people who I trust have said, yeah, there's cliques in Nijisanji, and a Niji between. A Niji between. Oh, dear. Or when Kyo was favoriting posts hating on Zion and he didn't get pushback, but Zion did for liking posts hating on Niji. Yeah, that's another great example, Azahara. Congratulations on being the lore master for this stream. I would not have remembered that. Yeah, exactly. And again, it's another depressing thing. It feels as if Niji, and again, a lot of people are going to go, oh, Niji, the Niji sisters are horrible bitches. They're fighting each other. But the thing is, if you are in an adversarial company situation, the incentive is very strong to act in this fashion, to act in this unpleasant, this backbiting fashion, because if it's not you, then it's somebody else. It's just gossip. It's just speculation and gossip, maybe or maybe not. Who knows? No, Again, I now trust completely that there is some kind of clique going on inside Nijisanji. I think that it is, at this point, completely confirmed. It's just a matter of who you believe is in it and who isn't, because it seems to change very often. But the existence of one, yeah, I believe it completely. I have no doubt. And I said earlier that I think that if Nijisanji collapses completely, we will very quickly learn who was in which clique, because people will just start associating on different on their PL accounts, or roommate accounts, and who associates with who will tell us very quickly who liked each other and who hated each other. It's that simple. I don't see. There were cliques in Nijisanji even before EN. Niji ID was weird because they were all more or less one big friend group rather than a clique. Yeah, I can agree with that. This sounds like prison when you join where you join a gang for protection. That's honestly not even a bad way to describe it. Not a bad way to describe it at all. I am looking at something. Be 1 second, please. Oh yeah, we now have at least 2 Niji talents who have declared they are going on at least temporary hiatuses. Whoops, I nearly did something stupid there. One moment, my Twitter is acting up in weird ways. Can you please not do that, you blasted thing? There we go. Ugh. There we go. Rosemi has is going on hiatus for a couple of days. And also it's, I think, the Bright Shield lady, I forget what her first name is, the Bright Shield lady said she was going to leave, not leave, but she was going to just take the day off as well. So that's 2 Nijisanji EN livers who have declared they are not talking about it for a while. I would say that's the best thing to do. Just shut up. Just shut up. Don't add fuel to the fire. Don't do anything like that. Golden Child Syndrome is a thing, I guess, and Zion did say they discriminate based on perceived success. Yeah. Yeah. I think that is absolutely and completely transparent. There is no questioning that. One word, Hanamori. Could you add more words to that? Because I don't know who Hanamori is. So Selen is the Edward Norton from American History X. Victoria Brightshield. Thank you. Yes, Victoria Brightshield. She said she was going to take a day off as well. And I feel pretty sorry for her too. I feel pretty sorry for most of the newest Nijisanji people, because they all seem to be... They have joined the company at the absolute worst time possible. And here is another delightful meme that has been popped up. That's in Indonesia, KR, or India, sorry. India, Korea, ID, EN. What would be great? Ren commented about it, Renzola, that is. Okay. What would be hilarious to me is if Vox graduates. If Vox graduates, that's it. That's it. It all comes tumbling down. We are seeing the bricks, the curtain fall one by one, and yeah, it's gonna be. I predict that within the next couple of months, Nijisanji EN is going to see multiple graduations. People are just leaving a sinking ship. Hanamori was a group Illyra, Shu, and others belonged to. Most of them ended up joining EN. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Pardon me, sorry, I did not mean to belch. I've had a lot of water and I've just eaten an apple, so I am a little bit bilious at the moment. Let me scroll up a little bit. Scroll up, lads. I'm trying to decide what else we can talk about tonight. Some depressing stuff. Another guy, more people that are trying to... Oh, yes. r/Nijisanji is in full revolt. Let me just get this archive posting up. Make sure that it works properly. It's going to work. Yes, it is. So this was a few hours ago. Nijisanji's Reddit is in absolute rebellion. I'm curious if they have changed recently. Has there been any clampdown, or is it still exactly like this? Dakumai. Yep, more people. Just scrolling up in the thread. A lot of them have been spamming to sub and watch Selen's PL. Nijisanji Reddit is indeed imploding. Good. I mean, Reddit, very incredibly rare Reddit win. Astonishingly rare Reddit win. I'm glad that even the absolute soy boys of Reddit are able to see that this has been a disaster and are just in full revolution at the moment. I hope that they continue doubling down on that and they don't allow Nijisanji to get control back over the narrative. Let me just scroll through my tabs for a second. Niji Reddit has always been very badly moderated, but today is extra worse. That's amusing. The fine lining of Reddit, Niji management very much can lose custody of subreddit if other mods outvote them. That's hilarious. I really hope that happens. Looks to still be unmoderated. So is it possible that the EN branch won't exist, be merged by the end of 2025? It would not surprise me. I think that the way that Ellie Color is working at the moment, it seems to be milk everything dry. Just milk things as dry as possible down to the last, like, desperate dribbles, and then execute the cow and sell its remains as a feed for other cows. And then just burn it to the ground. Just forget about it. Just move on, refocus on the Japanese market, which apparently is still doing pretty well. And then just, forget about it. And Riku is a rich guy. Riku is a very rich guy. Riku can just forget about Nijisanji anytime he wants. He does not care. He's already a multi-millionaire. I wouldn't be surprised that someone in the chat, I wouldn't be surprised if Vox went. There's comments. He's been sympathetic to some ex-Nijis already, and Luxium in general seems to be sick of their audience. I don't blame him. Vox has honestly always struck me, apart from the silly, he's had Menhera moments, and he's a Manhera, a very much Manhera moments. And he does that stupid sex roleplay. But I mean, when Vox vibes with other Nijisanji livers in a more natural space without any of that stupid Fujo bait ASMR nonsense, Vox is really fun to listen to. He's got a natural comedic talent to him that I quite like. Especially when he's interacting. He's one of those rare men who seems to be very good at interacting with, probably because he's gay. Probably because he's gay. He seems to be very good at interacting with women on a level playing field without it being weird and strange. Proctor, check out the things Thrang and I posted in the Discord stream thread. I will just go there. Riku wants money for his second yacht, maybe a private plane. Personal organizer Zakharov. There are testimonies from tons of artists that Selen would have proxies walk around cons and buy every piece of Selen merch available, and thank artists where she could via iPad. That's really adorable. I really like that. I mean, even if Selen is a nasty person or whatever, if she did that, that's really cute. And I think that her doing that is gets her a lot of brownie points no matter what she is. And here we have... this is really annoying. There we go. Sachi Mume just retweeted an old Doki Bird art commission she did. So this is Mume, like Mume from HoloLive. Proctor tunes in for every Vox ASMR stream. No. Why on earth would I need to listen to Vox's ASMR streams? We all know I'm the real ASMR master. That voice doesn't actually work since with my voice is kind of stressed at the moment. On one hand, Vox is making bank. On the other hand, he already has a bank so big that he can afford to go absolutely nuclear. Guys, I hate to break it to you. I really hate to break it to you, but VTubers are terrible with their money. I don't know any VTuber, aside from maybe Kirsha, who I would trust with a $5 bill. VTubers burn money. It amazes me. I've kind of gone off like Sherry from XV Reverie, because seeing her brag about spending tens of thousands of dollars on skebs, I'm sorry, VTubers are terrible with money. Cease. Don't care for Vox Solo, although his first post-debut stream was admittedly fun, but genuinely miss his collabs with Nina. Those two were made to collab with each other. Yeah, I agree. It's very cute. I really do like it when Vox talks with other Nijisanji livers. Vox literally made a 40-minute animated comic. That's interesting. I did not know that. Good thing Dena isn't here. I've never caught that woman live. It's really annoying. I follow her on Twitter, not on Twitter, on Twitch, but I've never caught her live. It's very irritating. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my, this is fascinating. This is fascinating. So Hex Haywire, Nijisanji En. The truth will set you free. Invest your money in tangible things. Kiara was smart enough to pay someone to Kiara was smart enough to... Wait, his money? Do you mean her money? Do you mean Kiara as in... Do you mean Kiara as in Hololive Kiara or somebody else? Muna is buying property for future businesses she's planning. Well, I'm glad there are some that are investing things properly, but this was apparently Mr. invested in real estate too. Yeah, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. is a femboy. Mr. is a massive femboy. And so is Kyo. I saw some of Kyo's pictures. What is it with the femboys and VTubers? Seems like a bunch of livers in the JP/C time zones have slept on it and are only now releasing anything. It could be a very interesting few hours, guys. I think that we are going to see some interesting stuff in the next few hours. Allow me actually to just look at the thread itself, and somebody else is posting here, and see if anything interesting. There's an approval queue as well. Oh, for God's sake. Why are people doing this? Do not sign up to this forum with a Gmail account that is your first name plus your last name. Reject with reason. Ugh. Kiara as in Orange Woman, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I just got a ping on my approval queue. Somebody was trying to sign up with a Gmail account that had their full real-life name attached to it. So I decided to reject them and send them a message saying, sign up with another account, you absolute moron. Sorry for the silence for a second. I'm just looking through stuff. So this is the last few. Wait, what page am I even on? Oh blimey, I'm on page 38. There's been like 20 more pages since then. Oh, I don't really have anything of worth to add, but since we're dunking on Niji En management, there's always this classic. Let me just go to this page on my other account. Paste and go. I have no idea what volume this will be. Send in the link to Proton Mail. Wow, Proctor's broken 3 CCV. Yeah, we've been this for a while now.
So I'm the Queen of Spade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
it.
When are you debuting? What's your hashtag?
Next up. Thanks, manager-san.
You should have just fought more, Anna, honestly. So you should have done.
I did!
Yeah, sure.
I've never been the biggest Niji fan, but the Selen plus Pomu GeoGuessr collab was one of the best streams I've watched last year. Hope they both end up in better places, wherever that may be. Is it a bad thing that I now honestly hope to see Pomu, Selen, and those kind of people in VHO? I mean, at that point, I would always be willing to forgive them still having fruit hanging around. Congratulations on becoming a free view. Yeah, I'm sure this CCV will stick around the next time we do a live stream, won't it? I'm sure that I'll get 132 concurrent viewers during my assisted suicide live stream, won't I? Definitely. That's definitely going to appeal to the VTuber audience. You know what? Maybe it's funny that. I I just got a really funny idea. I just got a really, really funny idea. Low-hanging fruit. Hey guys, do you think I should ask Lennox for a collab for the assisted dying stream? The spicy art in response is nice. Anyway, let me continue rolling down here. Assume some Indian at YouTube will randomly show up and scrub off 100k's worth of subs just for the yucks of it. Yeah, YouTube has a terrible habit of just randomly removing subscribers, and it happens all the time. And then we have, like, famous artist Pipkun is just antiing Selen, and it's kind of stupid at this point. Remember the New Year's... Oh, it's happening again. 26... A million Nijisanji yen. Remember the New Year's goals we had together? Is this going to blast my ears out the moment I press it?
I hope for 2024, you remember to be kind. Not just to others, but also to yourself.
This guy has a very
I
nice
want you
voice.
to be smart. I want you to come to conclusions from your own reasoning, not because others simply said so.
What's this guy's accent? Why does he says others as udders, and that's kind of weird. Like, what is it? Where is this guy from? I do actually like his voice, though. His voice is quite nice.
But I want you to make your own educated conclusion and opinion. And once you do so, I want you to speak up. If you see something that is against your own morals, against your beliefs, speak up. Fight for it. Fight for your beliefs. But at the same time, I want you to be humble. I want you to always listen. Don't interrupt. Understand their perspective, understand their side. And I think just those few things, can already make us a much better person. Because God knows that we need a lot more of that. We need a lot more kind, smart, brave, yet humble people in this world. My biggest mission to you all, and to myself as well, I want you guys to hold me accountable as well. So I want you to not be afraid of failure, and I know that's hard. But I want you all to try. I want you all to try. Go out there and get messy. I know that's scary. So hopefully, this will be a little bit of consolation. I promise, you go out there and you trip. You fail, you blunder, you got bamboozled. When you're on the ground, I will be right there next to you. You can come to me, and I'll be here for you. And I'll wait for you. I'll stand there and wait for you until you have the strength and the mentality to get back up. And when you're ready to get back up, I'll be there to lend you a hand so that you can grab onto it, and I'll pull you right back up and say, it's okay to fail. That's okay. In fact, I think it's super cool that you tried. And if you're up to it, let's try again. And don't worry, if it doesn't work out, I'll always be here for you.
Okay, that is just a little bit of Fujo bait. Just a tiny bit of Fujo baiting, but hey, that's quite a nice voice, actually. That's quite a cute voice. Just keep in mind there were streamers who had no idea of the incestuous mess they were getting into. Big F for those innocent guys caught in this. Yeah, and Doku Brain has made a good point. I think that it is extraordinarily important that any colors issues are put front and center because, again, I can't stress this enough. There are thousands and thousands of VTubers out there who are trying to get a big break. There are thousands of people who are looking for any company that will take them in, who will give them what they feel is that boost. Proctor, why did you watch all of that, Lamau? Because I kind of liked his voice. And I needed something to fill the air for a few minutes while my throat rested because I've been talking and ranting for several hours straight now and my throat is a bit painful. But anyway, there are thousands and thousands of prospective VTubers out there or PNG tubers or whatever that are looking to get into companies and are looking for any opportunity to make it big. And even Cyber Idol, an obvious scam that was being run by a teenager, a mentally ill teenager, had at least 100 applicants within the few days that it was up, when it was obviously a scam and actively being called out as a scam. People were still applying just for the hope that they would be able to get into that company. Proctor stream Discord channel DMC. I looked at it. Yes, I looked at it. Why are you gay? It is not gay to like another man's voice, okay? Does every time you listen to a song which has a masculine male voice singing and you enjoy that, does that make you gay? Are you only allowed to listen to female songs because if you listen to male songs and enjoy it, then then you're gay? Are we going to have this conversation now? People really overestimate the success Niji would bring, though. Their numbers aren't remotely like the golden days, especially not for a new wave. I agree exactly. But the thing is, the numbers don't actually matter to people. Because remember, as I said, a lot of VTubers, a lot of entertainers, if you are an entertainer, that means your brain is wired in a specific direction. And it is very hard for entertainers. I mean, look at the amount of depression that is entertainers. Like, entertainers are statistically some of the most depressed people on Earth. I think, like, in the entertainment industry, comedians have higher rates of depression than EMTs. So if you have that spark inside of you that wants to be an entertainer, you are predisposed to certain mindsets and certain ideas. If you listen to Judas Priest, you might be gay. So an entertainer brain is not going to be thinking in terms of statistics. Like, I am more of a statistical mindset kind of guy. I try and look at things through a very logical and objective perspective. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I get mad. I feel that overall I have a fairly balanced mental perspective. I'm nowhere near as statistically minded as certain people, and I'm nowhere near as emotionally minded as other people. So I try and look at things from the best of both worlds. But but when you're an entertainer, you're not going to be thinking of, oh, I need to encyclopedically analyze this conversation to ensure this company, not conversation, sorry, I'm getting distracted. I need to encyclopedically analyze this corporation to make sure that I'm making a valid business decision getting into it. No, entertainers are generally not thinking like that. Entertainers are thinking, this company gets a lot of viewers. It's got cool models. They give you free stuff to start off. This is what I need to get into, and then my star will start ascending. Everything will be great. I will be in the company of wonderful people who will support my creative endeavors. It's not like that. Vox's PL used to be depressed. Skull has low CCV, but she makes bank and people love her. That's good to hear. I mean, it's like Kirsha. Like, Kirsha had a much smaller viewership before her donathon, and she met her 20,000 dollar sub goal within like two. I think it was actually something like a few hours. She met that a few hours, and she thought that she'd only get like 10k, or she'd get like 4 or 5k at most. But people just threw money at her hand over fist, and people were throwing so much money at her that her stream went on so long that she decided to double up the amount of time that to halve the amount of time that more money added to the timer, because she realized that that people would just keep throwing money at her and she would stay live forever. And I was so delighted to see that happen, because it showed. I mean, she still clings to that idea that she's a literal who, but it showed how much support and love and attention and monetary support people are willing to throw behind something like Kirsche. And when you get that audience, you are something. It's not until you get that audience, people who are willing to support you through thick and thin, who really feel a kinship with you, that I think you've made it. Doesn't matter if you've got 100,000 subscribers, doesn't matter if you've got 10k live viewers. If you're not getting that intense kind of support, there's no real point, honestly. I don't think there's any point. Oh, sorry about my squeaky chair. They don't even give you a salary. Yeah. But for a part-time job, I would like that. That is, that's an economic argument. I don't think that Nijisanji is a good business proposition, regardless. But like, if I was a streamer for a company, I would expect to make things on my own merits. I wouldn't be interested in it. Well, I would be interested in a salary. Damn, I would be interested. But I feel that I'm generating revenue for the company and I get part of that. I think that's a good profit model. I think that shouldn't be changed. I don't really know if any companies offer livers a salary of anything. Kirsche is a refreshing, no-nonsense gal. That is why I'd guess, yeah, she appeals. She is a literal who in a sense. Her audience is not the same as the regular VTuber audience, which is pretty smart. Yeah. Kirsche, yeah, I agree with you, Azahara, to a degree. I mean, cancellation would even matter to somebody like Kirsche. It's the same with me, honestly. I don't want an audience that would leave me if there was a Twitter call-out post saying, oh, Proctor Zakharov is an evil racist grifter. Because I'm like, no, I'm not a racist. You don't understand. I hate everybody equally, regardless of their skin color and background. Let me have another quick look, see if there's anything else been posted.
The one.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, people in the Selen thread are mostly just posting about their favorite Selen moments at the moment, and it's really nice that not happening, but and I love this. I love this too. Is this still up? Goodness, this was posted ages ago. They hated them because they told them the truth. Yeah, this was 11 hours ago, so Nijisanji has not managed to get a grip on their things since then. 1 second. Reddit is being stupid. Sorry, I have to. Reddit is being stupid, so let me just transition back again. And make sure that I don't that Reddit doesn't do something like automatically log me into an account that is like my Gmail account or something. No, feck off! I hate Reddit so much. I absolutely despise Reddit with every fathom of my being. Here we go. They hated them for they have told the truth. He's not a racist grifter. He's a very naughty boy. If anything, your audience is more likely to leave because you aren't a racist. What is interesting about this Kirsche VTuber? I keep seeing her on VTuber forums and VT. I mean, Kirsche is my Kamiyoshi for a very good reason. She is based and talks politics and other news, unlike other VTubers. Yeah, exactly. Kirsche is my Kamiyoshi, and she is incredibly based, and she is a true inspiration. And again, this is why I don't stream when Kirsche is live, because I don't want to be responsible for taking any attention away from Kirsche for any reason. Because she deserves her success more than I deserve anything that I've got in my life. Well, Selen's Twitch is still up and people are talking in her chat. It's It's so absurd. It shows that Nijisanji is such an incompetent company. They don't even have any coherent or coordinated plan for locking down their own corporation's accounts. It's insane to me how incompetent these people are. There's no way. I keep wanting to say there's no way it can get any worse. Oh dear. And now flipping flamenco TV is streaming about Nijisanji. The Nijisanji experience where graduation is the main content. I'm just going to link this Twitter thing because it's got a DMCA thing warning on it that I don't want to get this stream copyright struck or anything, especially since this is a very popular stream for me. I'll give her a shot watching her. That's cool. There, if you want to have a bit of a laugh, people are actively memeing on this announcement now. We're slowly creeping towards 3 hours on this stream, and I'm not sure if I have it in me to go too much longer. If anybody else would really like to discuss things, then they're more than welcome to. Sorry, I just got a DM from somebody on Discord. I can't believe I use a forum owned by a filthy non-racist. Oh, sorry, I just need a second. Sorry, I just need to reply to this person. There we go. Oh, sorry, I'm definitely getting a bit sleepy. Pomu tweeted, can you link that in Discord, or hell, even link it here if you want. Only reason I gave Niji a chance was because of Selen call-ins. I mean, if somebody would like to join and call in, that'd be okay with me. I'm honestly getting a bit tired at this point. Proctor. Pipkun, why are you such a massive simp for Nijisanji at the moment? Pomu just broke down her leave from social media to talk about it. Reminder of the Sayu clip I posted. You could look at that. Could you remind me, Pontiff of Podwolf, about that? Somebody is... here we are. Here we are. Just a very simple tweet, really. Paste and go. This is as much as I'll say, but when I first joined, I had no idea things would get like this. I'm just so sad and so stressed for everyone. I wish I could have done more, and I'm really sorry. Yeah, I can appreciate that. Thank you very much, Thrang, for saying that. Yeah, multiple people have posted that. Here is I see. They got her. Pipkun, you're insane. Pipkun, you are actually retarded. There is nothing about this that is they got her dead to rights. This is a company committing suicide on air. They handled this the worst way they possibly could. They exposed how badly their company was managed. They have multiple livers saying things that basically amount to, we're taking Selen's side, or, don't judge the situation too fast, or whatever. No, there are so many ways that if Selen was in the wrong, that Nijisanji could have handled this better. They haven't. Like, you are actually retarded, Pipkun. You are drunker and more retarded now than when you were simping for Mussolini. Go and sober up, Pipkun. This is actually pathetic. Paste and go. Here we go. Sayu talks about old friends in light of recent events. This is 16 minutes long, so I'm not going to watch all of it. Get your community on VC. Surely nothing bad will happen. Pardon me. My throat is getting very, very rough. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, for taking the Pipkun bait. I'm just going to shut up now because I know that he's trying to bait me. Let's see what Sayu has to say about all this.
I heard Kelly's having storms. Is it fine around my area? More or less it's fine. A bunch of trees fell down. My
I'm going to put this
backyard,
on 2x or 1.5.
my backyard fence also fell down. Very unfortunate. For those of you guys who didn't get to see it, I will bring it up again for you so that you can see. Yes. Oh, Kieran, thank you so much for the super. Want to say super blessing, you're a big hero. Thank you so much. We Dragoons, thank you. Thank you. That means so much. I love the Dragoons. I always have. I've always loved a certain, purple dragon. She helped a certain friend of mine a lot back in the day. Was very kind to her. And a certain friend wished she could have gotten to know her better before. So
it's like, why am I being recommended my own video? Can you people see that? Yes, you can. Why am I being recommended my own video? YouTube, you're doing weird things. Everyone I know says Millie in her queue. You really are a streamer now.
Yeah, a certain friend always had a lot of respect for her. So yeah, that's never changed. That's never changed. And yeah, so much love. So much love. Hey, I know Fabio exactly. So thank you so much for the super fam. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Enable CC,
Very
please.
True, very true.
I forget that some people don't understand this. I can easily watch videos at 2 times speed and understand every single word.
Yeah, it's nice that I'm more just happy that I hope that they that person gets to be themselves. I hope they get to be themselves and just be happy with who they are and realize that and know that it nothing hinges on any one place, right? It matters who you are, and it sucks, because you make a lot of memories in one place and you don't want to leave, but sometimes you just gotta hope for things that are better, right?
All very vague posting at the moment. There's not really a huge amount here. I find it very upsetting that Sayu still has to talk in this incredibly lawyer-speak kind of way to avoid getting Nijisanji's lawyers on her ass. I think that is horrible, and that she should be allowed to speak her piece and say what she wants, especially since she was... How long was she as a liver? How long was she? Zion was only around for like a month or something, wasn't she?
Yeah. Because heck, like, there is a future where, everybody is no longer in that one place anymore, right? There's those kinds of futures, right? Where maybe everyone's gone now and no one's in that same place anymore. But that doesn't mean you can't be in a new place together. But that also doesn't mean you have to be in a new place together. I think people get very attached to being in one place together. I was very attached. I'm very sad when I'm not part of something that I loved being part of with other people that I liked, right? But then at the end of the day, you kind of realize, like, what's harder than that is realizing that in this space, in the content creator space, sometimes it's really hard to just be people and just be friends. There are a lot of friends that I have now that I can't even speak about publicly. We're good friends and I love them, but I can't talk about them or hang out with them in the open. It's very sad. So at the end of the day, I think what I hope VTubing moves towards is that companies or places or things that just pressure people to not interact with each other and have to have a certain front is really, not as pressuring anymore. I hope that we get to a point where people will rise up above that. People rise up above that and be braver and be stronger. Because like sometimes it's not always about being braver too. Sorry, that probably sounds really pretentious. It's not always about being braver. Sometimes it's just, better to, keep your distance, even if you don't want to. But, I just hope that I hope that everyone doesn't think that they have to be in the same place to be happy and to have their friends and to still do things with their friends, right? It's different. It really is, like when you're all part of a same gen or same company. But also, at the end of the day, we're all just people. If we want to interact or be around with each other, we totally can be. Not necessarily Sananda. Hi, welcome. Kieran, thank you so much for another kind super. Thank you. The yellow feels nostalgic in a way, right? I'll tell you one thing, you really are a hero. Like, know that certain friend will be in good hands, and also we will make you grow more and more. I see a happy future. Oh, you're happy with your good friend. Thank you. I hope so too. That means so much to who she wanted to be, and that, just make people laugh and grow her community, right? So it felt really sad when she wasn't able to be there anymore, and she didn't really have like anyone who, would like got to care about her, get to know her, right? Or follow her really, because like, how long, do you have to get to know somebody, right? A few months isn't enough. But that's why it means so much to have you guys here now, or you guys here who from before, anyone who didn't even come from like that, or who did, it means so much. So thank you. It's nice to know, I always saw the Dragoons as wonderful people, wonderful friends. So thank you. Dragoons are wonderful, and I love you guys. I'll fight for you guys. I always will. And that's how That's how a certain friend was too. I mean, I know it doesn't really mean a lot. It didn't really mean a lot at the time, okay? Because you know, granted, said friend wasn't there that long, right? So who is she to? I understand. A lot of people couldn't believe her words, right? Because she was only there a couple months, or only where she was a couple months. Like, why would she like go jump off a cliff for them, right? Why would she sacrifice so much, or you know, make such a big exit to try to make change for people she didn't even know that long? It's understandable. It really is. And so, it's hard to believe. And I really like. Maybe she's just that kind of person, you know. I for a long time wanted to be part of, you know, a group or company or whatever, and that was only because I wanted people to die for. You know, I wanted people to die for. Like I wanted people to call, you know, gen mates and people that I would be, you know, I would care for and, you know, and love, like unconditionally, right? So that's why. But you know, it's hard to believe, you know, when you're only there a couple months. You know, it's like, why would she care so much? Why would they, you know, why would she care so much, kind of thing.
I'm gonna pause this because Pip-kun wants to join the stream, and I am stupid, and I will allow him to because I'm an idiot. He says that he will make his case in a civil manner based on the decades of management experience that I'm certain he has, just like he has decades of experience being... And then he leaves. He leaves the waiting room, of course. My man, you just left the channel. You just left the channel. I absolutely hate how Discord works, by the way, how I can't scroll while trying to put people in rooms. You need to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Let me just check your audio levels.
All right, hold on. I got you playing it. Oh, fuck. How do I turn this on? Hold up. Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So, the case with Selen. I changed my mind watching your stream. Just to let you know, I was on Selen's side. I watch your stream. As the stream goes on, I'm kind of seeing, oop, maybe she's in the wrong here. And you got to go back to the video. The two things: the video that she put out, the way she handled that was wrong. Any other job, if you did the same thing she did for your job, you get fired too, right off the bat. The second thing is the way she's talking about the bullying. I didn't see any receipts on either end, so I can't comment on that. But the video itself is a fireable offense at any job, dude. At least in America. If you do a project and your management says don't publish it, and you go ahead and do it, you know, that's going to be an obvious strike. And then telling other people outside of the company to take your project and publish that on their end, that's basically stealing company IP, dude. Like that, no matter where you go, whether it's you know, Microsoft, Amazon, Target, my bullshit job, if you take company IP, you're gonna get fired. That alone is like, that's it. They got her dead to rights on that. You can't argue otherwise. Whether she, you know, spent her money on this and all this other bullshit, it's a Japanese company with Japanese laws. They want to make sure everything's legal and squared away because you know how autistic they are. That's it. She didn't follow along. So you get fired. Doesn't matter if she's like the number one.
Yeah, but the entire problem there is that Nijisanji has a track record of consistently messing up and making their lives much worse than they actually need to be. And then whenever the livers try and actually get anything done, the management proactively interferes and wastes opportunities and wastes their time and makes things hard for them. And my argument has never been that Selen did nothing wrong. I think that Selen did indeed do something wrong when she put out that video without permission, but I see it as the final act of somebody who has been messed around and pissed on by incompetent staff, incompetent managers, and an incompetent company for so long that she has completely lost any and all faith and affection for them possibly, and just wants an excuse to leave.
All right. So in Discord earlier, you're talking about a contest she was trying to run, right? The costume contest. So we're talking about that earlier, which is like it's a Japanese company and there are probably laws regarding contests, just like there are in America. Every state has a law about lotteries, contests. They have to be very explicit. Just because a company runs a contest doesn't mean they're not, legally clear. You can go file a claim on a mom and pop shop running some contest and win if you report that to the SEC state, right? It's a Japanese company. They're just getting like all their legal shit in line. Like you said, Capcom came and they did the Holocaust, right?
Yeah, but as someone says
That
in
set
chat,
off.
she had perms and authorization. Oh, sorry, that chat has just scrolled, so I can't see it. She had perms and authorization, though, corroborated by the people themselves at that. Management sleeping through the whole thing until 2 days before and then demanding to get their own perms is nuts. So basically, she had...
No.
Go on.
She had permission as a contractor. That doesn't mean Nijisanji as a Japanese company has the perms, right? You were talking earlier about some artists saying they didn't sign or did sign the NDA. That might be with her, but that still has to go through the company properly, man. That's like any business does the same thing. If it right now, right? All right, if a film crew comes into my work, right, and the manager says, "Hey, you can film here," that's not legally binding in America. You have to get permission from the property owner. Just because you run the business or whatever, that's not enough, right? It's a company thing. It's just corporate law. It's just how they protect their ass. So even if Selen gets permission and she gets the paperwork from the contestants, Nijisanji is going to have to clear all that, and they're going to want their own copies that says, Niji isn't liable for whatever bullshit happens. You understand? There's the employee and then there's the employer, and they both need to get permissions on this type of stuff, just legally speaking.
Yeah, but even if that's true, then that doesn't absolve Nijisanji of responsibility, because then it is their job to act competently and professionally and make sure they work with the talent at all times to quickly and efficiently move the process through.
Well, you would hope that. Now, there might be fuck-ups along the end, right? We've heard about
There
bad...
might be.
There might be, but I don't want to say we're... How do I... I read TVA and I read Kiwi Farms and I read all the places that archive everything. I've never seen a single receipt. I've never seen a screenshot. Like you said, we never seen a contract. I've never seen a contract on the contestant's end. To some degree, we have to speculate. And from my personal point of view, as someone who does business and all this other shit, I have to side with Niji here because it sounds like they aren't getting their legal forms in line before they do any of the stuff Selen wants to do. Not just Selen, but anyone wants to do, right? So Selen got the perms, okay. Niji still has to get their perms. They have to get their legal work in line. I'm not seeing anywhere that says that it was their fault that they didn't get it. That one guy said they got the legal information wrong. We haven't seen the paperwork. We don't know what's wrong with it. Have you?
I mean, yeah, I can kind of get where you're coming from, but the thing is, my attitude is that regardless of whether or not this is all legally technically true, it's ultimately the case of the company saying, or the company doing something in a way that is, maybe it's legally correct, but it's also obtuse, and it's also basically saying, we're a company, we have different rights from you. We can get away with stuff you can't. If you try and do this, then we'll hold you accountable, but you can't turn around and hold us accountable for the same things. And I think that's just morally reprehensible.
But that's the nature of the relationship. They're contractors. They're not employees of the business. That's going to be the fundamental stumbling block, is they're not employees.
Yeah, I know, but why does that give the company the right to screw them over?
Like that's just the way that it works.
Well, it shouldn't work like that.
Well, it does, because you're hiring someone as a talent. You're not gonna add them to your headcount as a business. And I don't know if Japanese business work the same way, but in America, every person that gets added to headcount increases your legal, financial, tax liabilities.
Imagine
right?
all of Selen's forms were printed with another
And-
person's name by Niji's.
And as a contractor, you do have some rights, but you don't have all of it because you're not an employee. And since you're not an employee, you're gonna be held to a different standard, and you're gonna have to go through more paperwork. That's just the way it goes. Because the last thing Niji wants to do as a $2 billion company is have some talent of theirs fuck up so bad that it then crashes their stock. Right? They're a public company, so they have stockholders. You have to think of it as like a bit like it's a business. And that's when I made my comment earlier that sometimes it sounds like some of these managers that they go through, they just sound like they're VTubers that are like hobbyists. They look at this as like a side job. They don't look at it as like this is a real corporate job with real corporate responsibilities that could lead to real corporate lawsuits later down the line. That's why every company is going to be like really paranoid about anything legal. It's at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is what's legal.
Yeah, but
Whether
at the
it's
same time,
morally wrong,
also, we
graphically
highlight issues such as, for example, all of the artists. We have now 3 separate artists who have all said that Nijisanji failed to pay them, and they also failed to send them the proper NDAs. And they constantly messed those up, they misspelled them, and so on. And, you know, that is obviously points to an unacceptable level of corporate incompetence.
Counterpoint, someone in Discord was saying that that Hololive and Nijisanji, the talents pay out of pocket for everything. Is that true? Because if that's true, then Niji not paying for anything doesn't really mean much.
Yeah, but that doesn't really change the fact that Hololive has a far better reputation for handling these instances correctly, whereas Nijisanji doesn't.
Well, the reputation is based on the fact that, like, you got someone you like. I don't know if you like her personally, but you got someone you like, and now they're being shit on. So, of course, the reputation's going to tank. You can't consider things like that. If the industry standard is that the talent pays for everything out of pocket, then it doesn't matter if the company pays for it or not, because that was never going to be an option to begin with. So saying, oh, Selen paid me and not Nijisanji, well, if Selen was supposed to pay them anyway, that's not a point against Nijisanji, necessarily.
Yeah, but when they're saying that, they're saying specifically, and again, when they say Nijisanji is sending them NDAs, then that means that Nijisanji was directly involved in that transaction to the point they were sending them legal paperwork. And so then they're saying that we weren't paid because... Sorry, my throat's terrible after so long streaming. That we weren't paid because they are clearly expecting. So Niji-san, I'm assuming, now again, I could be wrong, I'll admit this, but what I'm assuming is that they reached out and had some kind of contact with Nijisanji directly. And Nijisanji said, because you have this kind of contact, we need to send you NDAs. And we are also going to pay you. And they didn't pay them, and it was only after Nijisanji failed in their obligation to pay, which they agreed to, then the talent stepped in and said independently to the artists, I'm sorry this is creating such inconvenience for you, I'll cover it for my company, which agreed to pay you.
Okay, hold on. I didn't read anything that said Niji had agreed to pay them in those Discord shots.
But why would those artists assume the company? If, again, as you're saying, here's the problem here: if it's industry standard for the talent to pay, then why would these 3 artists be just assuming that Nijisanji was the one to pay them for their work as opposed to the talent?
Well, you made the assumption when they sent the NDA that there was more involvement than just the NDA. Right, Selen.
Well, why would they send an NDA if they weren't involved?
No, because it's their IP. Selen is IP, intellectual property. The name, the way she looks, that's Nijisanji's property. We're not talking about Meet Selen, right? We're talking about an anime character somebody drew that Niji owns. So of course they're gonna send paperwork, NDAs, or hey, you release releases, you release the right of this particular image to us, blah blah blah. You won't sue for whatever.
Sorry, I was slightly distracted then by a ping on the internet.
Yeah, I mean okay. Basically, you got to look at it as like an IP thing. They're asking the artist to release the IP. That's what the NDAs are probably for, right? It's not going to be like, hey, we're going to pay you. It's, hey, you're going to release us from, lawsuits later down the line for this thing that you created for us. So now we own this.
I mean, yeah.
Again, we don't have the contract, but when it comes to this type of stuff, if the streamer is gonna pay, then someone has to take control of the IP law, and that's going to be the company. So that's why the company is going to get involved.
Yeah, I can understand that.
If the artist wants to show that, one guy didn't sign it, so he can post that NDA. We can all take a look. Hey, this is what the NDA says. This is what Niji wants. That's fine. And then if I'm wrong, hey, I'm wrong, and I'm back on Selen's side. But at the moment, we have no contracts. We don't have any paperwork. We don't have any back and forth Discord shots or whatever communications between the company and Selen regarding the MV. We don't have anything. We just go on one person's word and then another person's word. We hate the company because it's Niji, so fuck them. And of course, their reputation is going to tank.
I mean, yeah.
But we're basing this all on who we like as a person. And of course, we're going to like Selen. She's popular. Right, and she has qualities that make her popular. I'm not saying she's popular for no reason. I don't watch her. That's why I changed my mind on this. I don't have any interest or parasocialness with Selen. I listened to the stream. I was on her side at the beginning. As you were going through it, I'm like, wait a second. There are definite legal issues in the way she handled with the MV. Someone talked about the contest. I go, I know in my state there are very specific rules about what your contest has to state in the fine print, blah 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 blah. And I know that as a cartoonist, I know, hey, there's parody and there's satire, and anything with intellectual copyright, property, anything like that, that's going to have its own legal thing. So just because it's Meat Selen doing Meat Selen things with regular Selen on the screen, doesn't mean that she owns that. Niji owns that. She's just borrowing it as a contractor.
Mm.
And that applies to Pippa too. That applies to any VTuber. If they're a contractor, they don't own the character. It's the company's right to come in, knock on the door of fan artists, and be like, hey, you got to stop. They can send it. Like Sakuna can send me a cease and desist anytime he wants.
Yeah, but that would be be suicide. Basically, be suicide for Phase Connect.
Well, that depends, right? Depends on what I draw. Now, what I could draw something that could actually damage Phase Connect's, image. I don't know what that would be because I haven't thought about it, but let's say I do. It would be in his legal interest to send me a cease and desist. And if I continue, he can send me a lawsuit in America, and I would have to respond.
Yeah, but
that's the way IP works. That's she doesn't own the character.
Well, I think the distinction between the two of us is basically that you look at it from a them's the rules kind of attitude, and I'm looking at it from a much more moral perspective, because I listen to these rules and I think these are designed specifically so that a corporation at any time can just say, fuck you to the talent and do whatever they like. Whereas I think that if I'm going kind of maybe Andrew Ryan is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow kind of attitude of this. Because
that's fair, but think about this. Think of a situation where misuse of Selen's character could lead to a lawsuit to Nijisanji. Right? You just have to think of one situation, and then that's why the rules are the way they are. It's a public company, and they have to protect the share. I don't agree with this mentality, right? I'm not a Greenspan guy, but every public corporation is going to protect the stockholders' interest. So when you think of it that way, the laws are in place to protect them, so that someone can't misuse Selen's image, and then totally fuck the company later down the line.
I know, but I'm curious from that perspective. What do you think the manager's responsibility is in all this? Like, do you think that managers who have created this situation should be punished?
No, because they're doing the job of a manager. Listen, the job of a manager of any company is to make sure that the business, one, remains profitable, two, doesn't face lawsuits, and three, continues to make sure the department runs. You got Niji, Ian, maybe they're fucking Indian or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is, they
like I
haven't been
said,
doing that. They have instead been driving their livers to the point where they are ready to do irrational things in a desperate attempt to get out of Nijisanji because they are tired of how the management is treating them. That's obviously a failure of how their management is supposed to operate by your own logic, because they are not acting in a way that ensures maximum returns for their shareholders.
Counterpoint. How many people are quitting? Right, it's 3 at the moment. You got Zapomu, the gay guy, and then Selen, right?
Yeah, and collectively they have about over a million subscribers. Like Pomu has, I forget how many Pomu has, but Selen has 800,000, and I don't know how many Kyo has. I don't care, but I think he's got at least 100,000 or something. So yeah, 1 million subscribers, at least.
Okay, but how many are remaining out of the from aside from the 3? I don't know Ninja too well. I assume it's a lot because I know they pump out generations like crazy. You can't look at 3, even if they're the top player, and I'll go over this from a manager's perspective later in a second here. You got 3 people, you got a whole bunch of others that are sticking around. They have their reasons, whatever. It's not endemic from what I can see by the numbers. Now, when it comes to star power, you can't have, let's say that everything in the termination notice was true against Sullen. You can't have a star employee or a star contractor or whatever. You can't have them start breaking the rules, because when you get a new hire, they're going to look at what the star player is doing and they're going to go, wait, why can't I do the same thing as this person? Now, she did infractions or whatever. I don't remember the exact specifics. I'm sure we don't have any real paperwork on any of that stuff. But when it comes to business, just because someone is a super salesperson or is a fucking fantastic manager, if they start playing fast and loose with the rules, they start fucking up, you have to let them go. That's just business 101. Because otherwise, anybody new coming into the company is just going to follow that person's behavior, and you're going to be up shit's creek when you get sued. You have to file for unemployment. You got to counter those claims, all that stuff. That it really fucks up your line. If you don't stick by the handbook 100%, in court they will say, hey, you don't stick by your own rules. So if someone else fucks up, you can't fire them.
Yeah, but
and that's why the rules are the way they are. They're just you can't give too much leeway. Otherwise, in court, if it goes to court, and that's the only thing that's really going to matter at the end of the day, you're going to be fucked.
Yeah, but the thing is, they haven't actually given us any information that would imply in any way that the management was actually doing their jobs. All they've said is, we didn't do anything wrong, and they've even said that in a way that is weirdly worded to the point where it's like, oh, we think we didn't do anything wrong, but we can't say for certain. Whereas, also, let's contrast this with how Sayu was terminated. When Sayu was terminated, Nijisanji came out, and they said very explicitly, these are the things that Sayu has done. That we are terminating Zayu on these particular, or Zion rather. We're terminating Zion based on these particular things that she has done wrong. And yet with Selen, who was apparently done far more than this, because remember, Zion was only around for a couple of months, and yet Any Color is specifically alleging that over about something like 2 years that Selen has been part of their company, Selen has been involved in so many infractions of their internal rules, which they do not clarify, that Nijisanji was ready to terminate her as early as May of 2023. So, but since then, she did even more things, and that this was the straw that broke the camel's back. And, as John Doe just said, even Nina said that management wasn't doing anything. So, and yet they have their
the thing that they go ahead.
No, you first.
The thing, but you have to look at what they're specifically pointing out, which is the music video stuff. That, I'm telling you, no matter where you go, that's a death sentence. You take company IP and you tell other people to take it and upload it and do whatever.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that at all. I do not disagree actually with the idea that Selen's termination from an absolute legal perspective was a justifiable reaction by Nijisanji. What I am saying is that the specific way they have chosen to go about doing it is one that is probably the most destructive to their public image they possibly could. I don't know how long you've been watching for, but go on.
That depends on who that press release is for.
Is this
And
a
I say this
completionist kind
because
of
I
thing?
made a
I
point.
specifically mentioned the completionist earlier, and
Oh, well, I was making a point in Discord earlier. It's a high. I was also doing it in chat actually. It's a high contact society. So when they're saying things like, "Hey, she was doing all these things, we could have fired in May 23 or May 2023 or whatever," they're not saying, "Hey, we could have fired her." That's to show some sort of leniency, that they were being lenient towards Sullen, right? It's a Japanese culture, high context. There's another thing I pointed out in chat earlier on about um oh, that's the bullying thing. When they were talking about the bullying, they're not trying to say another liver went and actually harassed her, right? The way I can see it being spoken in a Japanese context is like, hey, she was complaining about bullying from being reprimanded for the bad decisions she's made. And as a manager, I know for a fact, dude, people complain all the time. They file workplace harassment, hostile workplace complaints with HR if you do a bad performance review. That's just a fact. Earlier, playing her crying, same thing. In real life, people cry all the time over stupid bullshit just so they don't get in trouble. Not saying that's what's happening. I'm with Selen specifically. I'm just saying that's the tone I get as someone who isn't in a relationship with her parasocially or whatever the fuck. Now, right, right. That I'm just as a non-biased person. That's the feeling I'm getting. And I know there are people that are gonna point out three-letter words and whatnot, but I'm not trying to hit that. All I'm trying to say is there are reasons that people will say anything just to get out of trouble, especially when it comes to work. And when it comes to, hey, we could have fired her back then, I think they're just trying to tell you, hey, we could have done something earlier, but we're being lenient, and the leniency has gotten, it's worn thin. As for who is the message is for, it's a public traded company. Sure, it's for the fans. I think it's more for the stockholders. We had a legal right to fire her. Your money is safe. That's the way I'm looking at it as a public traded company.
well, okay, I will legitimately give you that point. I think that because I said. I was talking about Girard's, the completionist defense of his charity scam, and how the response to that, people said that was a lawyer had obviously written this in a way to make it so that if it was ever brought up in a trial, then it would, it had been specifically worded so that it couldn't be used against him in a trial, pretty much.
Right. Yeah. It like no matter how you want to look at any business, whether it's VTubing, your forum, I'm sure, you could get sued for your forum very easily, just like Noel can. Anything, it's gonna come down to the law. And you have to play in that little square box. Because otherwise bad actors will come and they will fuck you over and you will lose everything. And in business, you can't have people, take IP and do whatever they want to do with it, telling people to upload, that kind of thing. Again, I know I'm coming from the legal ground view. I think Niji was right just to protect the shareholders. And then bad mouthing them, on her alternative account, that's not a good look as an employee either way. It's like the people who do TikTok firings. That person's unhireable now because now she's gonna spill all your. You can't trust a person like that. And that's why I think if was it Sayu? I don't know. She's not gonna post receipts, and I don't think Selen's gonna post receipts because if they know what's good for them, it's just better to move on and not be dragged into fucking legal groundworks.
Yeah, what a lovely business situation.
Now, if I were you, I would go to that artist that didn't sign the NDA, and I would say, "Hey, you didn't sign the NDA. You didn't sign any paperwork. Can you send me a copy?" Because that guy wouldn't be legally bound to that. The other artist that did sign it can't give you shit, but the guy who didn't sign it because, X, Y, and Z, I would try to find that guy and be like, "Hey, can you DM me your copy? I just want to take a look."
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. Anyway, do you mind if I bring Murray into this?
Yeah, I gotta actually go back to work, but
okay.
yeah, go ahead, man. I'll stay on for a minute. I'll stay like 5 minutes on for Murray if you want.
Okay, I'll bring him in now. Hello, Murray, you're live. Let me just check your audio levels. Okay, I think you're good. You there? There's going to be another case where he can't
Sorry?
get his microphone working again. If you're talking, I can't hear you. She can go indie, no need to worry about being fired. Every person I heard that they are unbiased, they side with the underdog. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm just going to go back to reading chat while Murray sorts out his microphone.
I think, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Congratulations.
Okay, sorry, Discord was taking like 30 seconds to connect for some reason. Pipkun, like, I would agree with you 100% completely, excuse me, completely about this. If, like, what is in this 3-page document is completely true. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that, I can't give Nijisanji Ian management the benefit of the doubt about anything anymore. And I'm just wondering, like, how can you? Why do you think that, like, they are being more honest than Selen or anybody else about this situation?
Well, my contention is that I'm only focusing on the music video portion because that's the only portion that I've seen somewhat both sides on, right? The harassment, her breaking the rules, I don't have anything to go off of. But if I look at the music video, she did say, "Hey, take it, re-upload it." She said that on her Twitter, right?
She said that on her Twitter, and that was wrong. But let's look at what led to that, right? That was obviously something that an emotional person would say, kind of in disregard to being fed up and not really caring about the rules anymore. Are you like? I just don't buy it that that video, which probably took at least a month to get all the assets together, get all the art from everybody. I don't have the timeline in front of me. I take that back. It would have been at least 3 months, I'm sure. Commissioned the person to do all the editing, the music mixing, and all of that. The production of that would have taken some time. So are you seriously telling me that the management didn't know that this was happening, didn't do any sort of supervision of it until like the day before Selen wanted to publish it? I just don't believe that. I don't believe that she would have any reason to like keep it a secret.
Final product, but they're saying they didn't see the final video. They could have seen it in stages, right?
Sure.
They could approve the sketch. Hey, this is okay. But when it comes to publishing the final video, they might not have had all the perms that they needed from the livers depicted, from the music, right? Selen might have had her perms, right? It doesn't seem that Niji had theirs, and they were just waiting on to get the same thing for their end. Now, here's the thing. Even if that's not true, the company still said, don't publish the video. And I think Selen said on Twitter, the company privated it, right? So we can give the company some credence that they told her not to do it. Because when she did, they privated the video. Now we can go, I'm going to ignore the weird part where they're like, oh, she said we privated it, that little contradiction or whatever. But company says no. She goes ahead. They private the video. It should have ended there. So the fact that they privated the video lends me to believe that, yeah, they had an actual issue. What the actual issue is, we can speculate, right? Hey, maybe it was what is it? The two people, maybe they didn't sign off on Niji's end. Maybe there was some music release that wasn't done. I don't know. We're probably never going to know. But the company had, at the end of the day, an issue with the video. Now, delaying it wouldn't have hurt her too much, I assume. It's a December thing. It's Christmas. I get it. But you could wait. I don't think it's a holiday-specific song, right?
No.
Okay, so it's not a holiday-specific song.
Can I just break in for half a second? Sorry about that. I just wanted to read this comment from Brian again. Where he said, Marine and Aki Rose from Hololive have described Holo paying for projects and effectively giving the talents a loan which is then paid back to them via the income they bring in. Hence why Niji would be paying artists, not Selen.
That's Holo, though.
I'm just saying that it is, and I can actually probably ask her. Yeah, I can actually probably ask one of these artists.
So once again, if we go by what is in this their notice of contract termination, if we go just by their side, you are correct. Selen for some reason would have according to them, published this video without having everything prepared that she needed prepared. Now, Azehara is saying that she worked on this video for over a year. I thought that was Pomu, who was working on a video for over the year. I'm not sure if he's mixing it up or if I'm mixing it up or whatever. Okay, let's say she was working on that video for over a year. You're telling me that that whole year, like none of the concerns that like she needed to have the goals met, she needed to get all the paperwork put together before, publishing the video. Like none of that was made apparent to her. Like she was in such a hurry to publish it on Christmas Day. Like I just don't buy it. I don't, and I don't think that like the burden of proof needs to lie on Selen for this because Niji just has this history of lying.
They have a history of lying, but just because they have a history, going back to like the court thing, just because someone is a liar doesn't mean they lied this time.
Well, yeah,
right?
Okay,
right? Court-wise,
we're not in
right?
court though.
We're not in court, but we have to look at it that way because that's how all businesses are run. I have no reason to believe they didn't have a problem with the final product. When you do a video like this, it comes in stages, right? Music, art, vocals, releases get signed, it gets all put together. They probably saw it in stages, thought it was okay. Maybe they didn't get one or two livers to sign on. I think that's what it is. At the end of the day, I'm going to lean towards someone in the company didn't sign a release saying, hey, you can use my likeness or you can use my character or whatever in the thing.
So yeah, if it is an issue that like,
I mean, like, okay, let's say that it is, because I don't know. And thinking on it, I don't know why you would have to get okay from the actual talent as opposed to just some business corporate exec that signs off on the likeness rights. But that's for a different matter. Let's say it's true. There's an issue with the video at the end of the day. They say don't publish it. That we have to trust that they said don't publish that for whatever reason that they had. Right? They said don't publish it. I'm gonna believe.
I thought I had my mic muted when I burped there. Excuse me about that.
That's fine.
You're right.
The fact is, there's 2 points. It's just they said no. She did it anyway. That's all we have to look
according
at.
to them.
Reasons. Yeah, we have no reason to doubt them because they took immediate action after she published it, which is
we have every reason to doubt them because they've lied to us in the past. And like, yeah, okay, court of law, we don't have any proof that they lied this time. But I just going by their past, I can't take this document for granted that it's true.
Okay, let's say
there's going to be two sides to this,
At the end of the day, they privated the video. That's
they did.
The company saying stop. That's all we have to look at. They said stop.
I don't believe that the reason for privating it was because like it doesn't matter the reason. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, I'm going to say it doesn't matter on the reason.
It could be a small because reason. They're telling us what the reason is. If the reason is something else, if the reason is because they had K9 Kuro and Nina in that one shot, I'm forgetting K9 Kuro's old name. Then that's a different reason than there were some permissions issues, right?
No, because it's still a permission issue. And that's why I don't want to get into the nitty gritty because we're just going to argue about, is it a likeness right? Is it some other thing with legal, right? They had an issue with the video at the end of the day. They said, this is the issue that we had. And then they took action corresponding to the issue that they had.
But didn't we just agree that it might be possible that they had a different issue than what they're telling us?
They could, but we haven't seen, like, someone hasn't explained what the issue was. Yeah, it doesn't matter because they had an issue with it.
Oh man, you are just
dude. You're. Here's the thing, man. Like I'm telling you, any other job is going to be the same exact way.
Any other job that.
Yeah, any other job.
They might lie to their customers, to their employees. Yeah, any other job they might lie to their employees. That's reason for criticism, though.
It's
That's reason
criticism,
for
but
not
it
believing
doesn't
them in
mean
the
that they're
future.
wrong. That doesn't mean that the issue that they had didn't exist. There was some issue that led them to say, "Don't publish the video."
I don't believe they said don't publish the video.
Well, I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? You don't believe what they wrote,
Right. I
which
don't
you have
believe
your
what they wrote.
reasons for. You have those reasons, but can you back up? They didn't tell her.
I can't back up anything,
You know,
but
I can just say, we're gonna go in circles here because
we are.
I'm only going
But
off on the termination notice. I have
and the,
one very specific issue with that notice, and it's going to be the video. The bullying, the harassment, all that stuff, I can't comment on, and I'm not going to comment on. I know what I know about the law regarding copyrighted works and all that stuff. I know production of a project video. I know that. So I can comment and say, yeah, it comes in stages. Someone signs off. You know what? It could very well be a manager signed off on something they shouldn't have signed off on. And later down the road, because this does happen, later down the road, they see the final product and they go, wait, there's an error here. We don't have permission for this.
okay, and
I mean,
if
that's
that
very possible in
happened,
the video, right?
and
Let's
if
say
that
it happened.
happened, that's the manager's bad, right? If that happened, and then they're coming out and saying, "Oh, Selen fucked up. She shouldn't have released that video," when it was actually the manager that screwed up. I mean,
The
personally,
manager screwed up.
I'm thinking more that happened than they said no to Selen and she published it anyway.
Well, it seems like look at her reaction. She published the video, they privated it. Her response to the privatization of the video is publish it somewhere else.
Yes, and that was wrong. I'm not backing that up. But the
I'm not
steps that led to
trying to
her
make
doing
that.
that, though.
I'm saying it could be a natural consequence of being told no.
You think she was told no, and okay. So what you're saying and what this document is saying is that somebody said to her explicitly, "Do not publish this video yet," and she published the video anyway.
That's what the document says. Yes.
And honestly, I can agree with that assessment. I think that the issue to me is not that that hashtag Selen did nothing wrong, but that I see this as the culmination of a very long string of management failures wherein the livers have been left to a point where they no longer feel as if they are receiving the support they need in order to function effectively. We saw this from Pomu, who said that she lost out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that she wasn't even allowed to discuss with management. They just said no instantaneously with no negotiation. It's impossible to communicate with managers on any reasonable degree because all that happened when she tried to talk to lower-level managers was they would go to higher-level managers who would immediately tell them no on certain things, and they would say that's it, that's the end of it, there is no discussion on anything. And also with things like Matara Khan, aka Nina, where she was saying that moving to Vihosho, she said that was the very first time she had ever interacted with management staff who wanted to help her with anything, as opposed to simply telling her, no, you can't do that, or no, you can't do this. And that is where I disagree with you, Pipkun, is because by the public standard, maybe you're right, and it says it's not the private standard, but the public
is an American company, though.
Yeah.
You again, it's a Japanese company, so you have to think of everything in terms of the Japanese framework. Whether they're American or non-Japanese or whatever, it's a Japanese company, so they're going to do things the Japanese way. And by the way, managers say no all the time, like in a regular job, immediately. Whether or not they've seen the case study for it, you send a projection, you can make they'll just say no. That's just natural part of the job. And then you keep saying, it's only 3 people, as far as I know of, that have complained about this and are leaving. You have that other lady. Who is it? Millie or Elena?
Yeah, Millie, I think.
You have defenders of Nijisanji in the company that say, "Best thing ever happened to me." Blah blah blah. Right? So that's why I personally don't give any weight to, hey, this person said a bad thing, this person said a good thing.
I mean,
I can't give any weight to that because those are all biased opinions. They're all referencing things that I can't read. I can't look at, hey, this is the Pomu thing. This is the opportunity she wanted, but she can't talk about it. I don't know. And maybe let's think about this. As a Japanese company, maybe it wasn't in the interest of Nijisanji. Like I said, it's a publicly traded Japanese company.
Okay. I mean,
that's where I'm gonna have to lay. I'm gonna have to rest on that.
You're like zooming out really far. Like the thing that happened here, according to you, is she was told she was either told she could not publish the video or not given explicit authorization to publish the video, and she published the video anyway. If she thought at that point she had any future with the company, I don't see why she would do that and risk this kind of trouble.
I'm just going to AFK for like 20 seconds because I need to go and empty my bladder. So
Okay.
I'll be back in
I got like 2 more minutes here before I really got to
streamer.
Less than about 1 minute, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm relying on you to fill the dead air and not kill each other, please.
Well, going back to your issue that she didn't have a future. I mean, she got her lawyers involved at the end, right? And they're having some legal negotiation. Again, we can't read, but the document says they're talking to her legal representatives about the issue surrounding her, whatever problem that she has with Nijisanji. They couldn't come to an agreement, so they terminated her.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, but I don't think she had any reason to get lawyers involved before Christmas Day.
Before Christmas Day.
Before she published the video.
That's when they published. Yeah. Well, she got them afterwards because they put her on suspension, I assume, right? There's some punishment going on. There's probably behind the scenes communications.
Sure. So what relevance do the lawyers have to anything?
Well, she thought she had a future because she got a lawyer. She got a lawyer to argue on her behalf regarding the company and the behavior. Otherwise, she would have just quit.
No. Okay. Well, I disagree with that. But just going back to the publishing the video.
Okay.
Let's assume for a moment she wasn't yet fed up with Nijisanji at that point, and she still wanted to work with them, right?
Okay.
Why would she knowingly publish the video without authorization?
Do you want me? I'm gonna have to bring in the BPD thing. And that's why I changed my mind. That's why while watching the stream, I also changed my mind. Is she has borderline personality disorder, right? I saw the screen cap. I saw that. That's going to affect a lot of her decisions.
Well, I mean, I don't really give much weight to medical diagnoses in Twitter profiles, but okay, yeah, if she has,
it's what I have, right? It's what I have. I
okay,
don't assume
assuming that she does have BPD, I don't really know much about BPD and whether that would cause somebody to do something which would put their job at risk.
I would look into it. You can look up Logan Day from Something Awful. She ended up getting low tax suicided. It's a debilitating mental illness. It does ruin lives. It causes people to self-sabotage all the time. Knowing that she may have this based on what she wrote, it puts a lot of her actions into a different perspective. And that's where I changed from being, Selen go, world boss, to like, well, maybe Niji had a point. That was the shift for me, listening to Proctor talk about it, reading some of the stuff that came out. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, she has this thing. It does cause a lot of emotional ups and downs. They said no. She said, fuck it. Take the video, publish it somewhere else. That's a very easy move for some people to make without any care of the consequences.
Okay, again,
and we do have the issue of suicide now. And BPD people do have a lot of suicidal ideation. I'm not saying her self-assessment, if it is a self-assessment, I'm just going off on what I saw in the profile. I'm putting things into this framework of she has BPD. These are the actions that people with BPD have. She did end up trying to harm herself. That all falls in line. So I'm saying she has that. I'm seeing that she has it. It now explains the different actions that are going on.
Okay, so you're once again talking about things that happened after the publishing of the video.
May
You're
I
talking about
just
her.
chip in a tiny bit here and say that from my perspective, that let's say that I'm a Nijisanji manager and I'm aware of these things. I think that the way that Nijisanji should have probably handled this was as soon as they became aware of how badly Selen was being emotionally affected by this, would just be to stop talking about this stuff for because the video was taken down. Okay, video was taken down, so there is no current major threat to Nijisanji in that term. So what I would have done
Like-
is to say, you can have like 2-3 weeks or however long that it might take to just not be involved in this, to get over your current issues. But it seems to me from the wording of their message is that they just constantly kept talking to her about this. And I think that's just a stupid thing to do if you are dealing with somebody who is mentally unstable, because the worst thing you can do is keep them pushed into a corner and say, you've got to make a decision on this, you've got to make a decision on this, you've got to make a decision on this. Like, that's a bad idea in general.
I'm gonna pull back on a little bit. I don't think this issue was well known because apparently she didn't talk about it. Right? So you can't assume that they know that she has an issue. I didn't know about it. I only saw it halfway through your stream when someone on the farmers posted it. They said, "Hey, I got proof. Here it is." And I said, "Well, it looks real.
Well, if
Looks good
they
enough for me." You know what I mean?
if they know that
and
she
that's
tried to do a backflip, then they know that she had some mental issues.
Yeah. You don't
But
try and
that's
commit
after the fact,
suicide if you're
remember?
mentally fine.
no. Remember, that's after the fact that she told people to upload the video again. All this stuff happened during the suspension.
I assume that the upload the video came before the suspension, but if we're talking about before and after, kind of circling back to
Shows
what
what
I was trying to
happens
say
after.
earlier, you're saying oh, she has BPD because she suggested that people pirate the video, and she suggested and she
No. I'm saying she has BPD because she wrote it in her profile.
right, but
Right. So I
but she
assume
displayed.
if she's a liar, then you know what I mean? Like, okay, do I doubt her on that too? I assume that people, when they write these things, are truthful. That's the thing, unless I see some contrary evidence to it.
Well, I don't, but if giving her the okay, she has BPD. Let's say she does.
I want to get off the topic.
Explains the actions after the video, but not before for me. That explains her pirating the video, sure, or her trying to, take pills or whatever she ended up doing, sure. It doesn't explain her publishing the video when she didn't have access to it. And again, I don't know anything about BPD, but
I mean, okay. I want to get off the BPD thing, so we'll ask that. She can do it as an act of defiance because she's fed up with it. She might have her own reasons to be fed up with it. And like I've been saying, you got people who say they are fed up with Nijisanji and they leave. You got people that say they love it and they're staying. How many people are leaving versus how many people are staying? You know what I mean? Like I understand that there's some history with Niji being a shitty company. I don't know about it. I only know what I'm seeing here. I know what I saw on December when I copied that video myself. I've seen all that stuff go down. Right? I'm just saying it doesn't seem like, again, I know morally, ethically, blah blah blah. Yeah, Niji's probably wrong, but on a legal point, which is where I'm coming from, they were absolutely right to fire her. She did fuck up. No one denies that, and it's just a natural consequence of
I
doing
don't
bad
deny
things.
it if everything in this document is true.
If it's
But
true,
I
yeah.
guess our point of connection is that I don't believe everything in this document is true.
I think the time will reveal things.
Yes.
Yes.
I hope so.
I mean,
at least.
maybe not. I'm assuming that we'll never know. We'll never know what really went down, other than this little piece of paperwork here. Whatever she says, if she ever talks about it, I don't think we're ever going to know. Hey, it's this person, it's that person, it's this issue, that issue. All I know is they said no. She went ahead and did it. That's immediately fireable anywhere. That's immediate termination wherever you go, no matter what. And I know that's not your contention. They have a shitty history. I'm looking at it like, it's not so bad that you can't work around that. Like I said, with the contest thing, I'm sure there are a lot of Japanese laws about how a contest has to be run, the legal paperwork, and all this other bullshit. I'm just saying, like, look at it as a Japanese person in a company bound within those rules because that's what you are. And then if you look at it like that, a lot of these bad quote unquote managerial decisions make sense. Fellas, I really got to go back to work. Nice talking to you guys. Great stream.
Okay, that's
Have a good
fine,
night.
because smartest kid on the short bus wants to join in too, so I will bring him in now as soon as I can properly manipulate my Discord. I really hate how when you try and move people out of rooms, that you suddenly can't scroll any longer. That's a very irritating feature. Well, you can technically, but it's very awkward.
Well, my contention with Discord is even if I leave the call, I'm still in it. I've left the call and I'm still in it, according to my fucking app. I have to reinstall and uninstall this shit again.
I mean,
Discord's so
I'll
fucking
remove you from the call. So there we go. He's disconnected. Hello, smartest kid on the short bus. How are you? Is going to be another case of somebody being unable to get their microphone working properly? I hope not.
Well,
Oh,
while we're waiting for that, I'll go ahead and just respond. I like, okay, if it's a issue of the company being Japanese and therefore like somehow more mismanaged than any other company, how is Hololive not having the same problems and the same volume, right?
yeah, I agree. This is a major issue, and as I pinned in the chat message, my opinion on all of this is that it's one of those situations where what is legal and what is right are just at odds. It's an issue that I really find unpleasant, and I'm sure that people like my friend Alex, who deals a lot with insurance claims and so on, would agree with me. Is that it seems as these companies, they all seem to just go coast along on the minimum amount of effort possible, and they excuse all of their problems and their issues as being like, well, they're still the managers are still technically acting in the interests of the company, which maybe you could make that legal argument, but what is legal and what is moral or what makes sense are two different things. The higher level you go in all of this in terms of legality, then the less common sense it actually makes. It's that case where, you can somebody can specifically say something and you instinctively know what they're saying, but at the same time, a lawyer will look at it and say, no, actually, they didn't say that. You can't, in a court of law, say they did that because of the specific wording that they used.
And I think, like you said yourself earlier, is it really in the best interest of the company to be driving out all of your talents? Like, Selen was the most sub member of Niji, wasn't she? Or at least, no. The males had more, I'm sure. Probably the most sub female member.
It's like malicious compliance on the employer side. Yeah, I agree with you, Chrome Davis. That's a very good way of describing it.
So, yeah, I don't know that this is really in the best interest of, like, if you do take that approach that like the management is doing what's best for business, are they?
Yeah, that would be a
Like, long
contention
term?
that I have as well, is that you're doing a pretty bad job of business by driving somebody to the point where they're willing to quit your company and are willing to sabotage themselves in order to get out of your company.
It looks like smartest kid got disconnected and wants to be added back.
Okay, I'll let him back in again as soon as I mess this around. There we go. Can you speak now, smartest kid?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
pleasure.
so it doesn't work when I go in from the waiting room, but if I jump in from Hangout, it'll work.
That's interesting. Strange.
Fucking hate Discord.
I just mute myself and blow my nose for a second, so talk away.
Well, I was the one who mentioned that Hololive and Nijisanji both have fucking brain. Both have it to where you pay for your own stuff. Hololive tends to pay for a couple of things a year, and they also give you a stipend that is generally just enough to cover the licensing fees, which is why so many of the Hololive covers are pretty much just a stationary picture. But like Marine had to put serious money behind the animation for her City Pop song with Gura.
Yes.
I don't. I assume like there's different ways that sort of thing is run, and there's probably like nothing too standard throughout the industry. I don't really know what the right answer is for that sort of thing. But I mean, I guess how Hololive is doing it is working well enough for them.
It does seem to be working pretty
Um,
well. And we've yet to have anybody from Hololive even hint at like serious issues behind the scenes after they graduate. I mean, the fact that there have been so few EN livers who have graduated. I mean, I would say the most awkward ones were like Vesper and Magni, and they seem to have had serious
Yeah.
fallings out with the management side of things. But even then, they've not even hinted, as far as I know, about anything negative towards Hololive since then.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest problem Hololive had was Omega,
Yeah, pretty much.
and they got rid of them.
Remind me who
Trying to
that
think
was.
of. No, like I get completely where Pip Gunn is coming from, but when I look at what is obviously 8 months to a year of incompetence on the management end, I really don't care.
Yeah, exactly. It's gotten to the point where it would be objectively better. It's a question. It's a question when they're talking about the thing about the publicly traded company argument is that when you are publicly traded, you are trading not just in money, you are trading in public goodwill. And especially if you're an entertainment company, you have to have this thought in your head. If I'm catering to the shareholders are public people. If I do something that scars our reputation in terms of the public, then... Oh, sorry, did I just
Like
disconnect?
Not
the
only the public,
yeah,
but like other talents, right?
Yeah.
Like how are they gonna? What is their next recruitment drive gonna look like? At least for the EN branch, right? It's gonna be like people who are either ignorant to the industry and don't know that there's a problem here, or just so desperate that they don't care. And is that the kind of people you really want, filling up your recruitment roles?
even worse than that. You saw what Lucy Pyre posted? That's the prevailing feeling amongst big indies.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're even going to you're actually going to have a hard time networking as a member of Nijisanji now.
Mm.
And like
Yeah,
people forget sell with thing the random T word said about Nijisanji cracking down on certain people bringing in past life stuff. Well, that was probably Selen, because she brought in Gumi, Skara, people from offline TV. RPR she probably met through certain contacts. Surefour, who she played Overwatch with. Like she brought in a bunch of people who are consistent collab partners with the other members now. And they're all from her past life.
I thought RPR didn't know her from before.
He didn't. That's why I said he probably met her. She probably got it brought to her through most likely IPN.
Yeah. Python hate, or whatever that name is. Niji's problems seem to stem from a lack of leadership. If your workers feel like they need to exclude their management from all their decisions, there's a problem. And I'd agree with that strongly. I'd agree with that. Shitty management will always protect themselves. And that just scrolled past in the chat. I'm a fool.
Do we have evidence that they were trying to exclude management?
Well, that is the allegement that some of the artists have made, that they were saying that that whenever they communicated and talked about commissions with the talents were always very reluctant to involve the management in any kind of discussion.
Okay, right. I think I remember seeing that.
A good way to put. Also, you've got to remember this isn't managing employees, this is managing talent. You're dealing with much more sensitive people, and also your goal when managing talent is very different from managing employees. Managing employees, just get them to do their job. If a talent is upset, it's going to show in their performance.
Yeah, it's a psychological thing.
Yeah. Like really, you've got to set the right manager to the right talent. Like, Kason always needs someone to tell her no so that she can thrive.
Yeah, pretty much.
But Gura needs someone who will sit there and give her nothing but ass pats because she's a very fragile person.
I'd agree with that, definitely. I think that Selen is a terrible person for Nijisanji simply because of the adversarial kind of work environment.
And by the way, the BPD thing, Selen, because I've watched a lot of Selen, she shows signs of someone who's actually put a lot of hours into getting treatment for BPD.
Wouldn't surprise me.
So things that she'll do that are common when someone's actually been getting good treatment is like if she sees herself getting into a situation where she's about to do some BPD shit, she removes herself from the situation.
Yeah, they explicitly aren't employees but contractors as well, a whole other style of management need. Yeah, I think that also from what Seiyu was saying in her reveal expose document, is that seems to be very much how Any Color regards its livers. They seem to be considered tools or assets to the company, but they have a very Japanese kind of style of, you will do things our way for a set period of time and then we'll renegotiate. But it's like, if you get to day 364 of your 365-day contract and you want to renegotiate, they're like, no, we're not doing that. You need to wait another day. It doesn't matter how important it is or whatever it is. They will not bend the rules for you under any circumstances.
You're an employee when it's convenient and a contractor when it's convenient.
That's a very good way of putting it. I like that.
That's it. That's a direct quote from Chihiro.
I've been in that situation myself, and I kind of understand how that can be annoying. Somebody in chat, author Lucina, why would Any Color mention on the termination note that she was threatening to sue due to bullying and mismanagement? I think that is... They
were trying to get pity points.
Now, trying to find exactly where they mentioned lawyers getting involved. I think it was...
It's the last page.
On the last page. I think they were just trying to emphasize that they weren't able to contact Selen directly anymore. That like she had brought things to that level of getting lawyers involved first and was causing a lot of trouble that way. So I think it was kind of a oh, pity us, we're having to deal with lawyers right now.
Statement actually was fucking awful once you realized she had tried to commit suicide. Well, once you realized she had tried to flip. Because they say they had tried to get in touch with her and her emergency contact.
Yeah, that's that
repeatedly.
That tells you something.
It's like, this person just tried to off themselves, and now you're going to hassle them more? What the fuck? It's like, oh, we caught her in the net, so get back to work, Wagey.
Well, that's a really uncharitable way of reading. I mean, if somebody disappears, if you have an employee and they disappear for a week or something like that, you definitely are going to be trying to follow up and figure out what happened to them.
You got to remember, December 25th, song goes up, it's taken down. She posts the thing on December 26th. My theory, and it's entirely based off of the timeline of events, is she went, fuck it, guys, re-upload it, I'm going to off myself now.
That is disturbingly possible, unfortunately.
Yeah, because what was it, like 2 days later, where management or possibly her mom sent that message, but it was definitely ESL?
Yes.
And you get that weird message that it's like, oh, I had a happy little accident.
I don't know if
the razor went across the street instead of down the road.
I don't know if I buy the rat that was posted by management. I think it might be possible that she still posted
No, I think it was her mom.
Her mom?
Well, no. Niji in the fucking termination notice said that they removed access to all of her accounts after that last tweet.
Did they say before or after the
after the tweet to telling people to re-upload the video, they removed her access.
Okay, I might have missed that part then.
So that means they admitted to it being a manager. Okay, so at that point they had probably gotten in touch with her. If after finding out your talent just tried to off themselves, you're doing anything other than take all the time you need. We'll work from there. Then there's a problem.
TV
Proctor,
Table
thanks for having me
Tray.
on.
Sorry to interrupt. Just want to read this. The company isn't going to put on paper that their management is badly staffed, makes bad decisions, are slow to act on requests, and are incompetent. You see, this is where I will say that it comes back to how you treat something like a publicly traded company. Because to me, if your reputation in the industry is that you are a badly managed company, but you continue to pretend that there is absolutely nothing wrong, the argument of, oh, it's for the sake of the shareholders, or it's the sake of market confidence, doesn't really work for me, because anybody who does any kind of due diligence research into your company is going to come across these rumors and these stories and this material on you. You're basically saying, we don't want people to actually look into what we are doing. We just want people to see Numby go up and then buy in. Whereas to me, a much better way to ensure long-term stability would be to say, yeah, actually, we don't have a perfect team, that we are, but we are making a concerted effort to change this reality, that we want to make it known that we care for our livers, that we know they are the heart of this company, and that although we have had bad experiences in the past, we're going to specifically reach out to them and do whatever we can to properly improve things going forwards. And then when your livers start saying, yeah, I was really impressed by the success, how nice it is to work for Nijisanji, then people will believe it. It won't look like oh, you've got control of the talent's accounts and you're making them post good things about you to pretend you're a good company.
About her,
that's actually
posting,
legally actionable.
Didn't she also like on the tape?
That what you just said would be legally actionable as them not acting in the best interest of their investors, possibly. What you would do is you would quietly get rid of all the bad management, hire new management, and then in your stock report go, we realized we had a problem with certain managers. We have now replaced these managers.
I understand. That's actually, yeah, I will agree with you there. I will agree with you.
You know, you can't admit to mistakes until you fix them, man. Who fell out?
It was Murray. I didn't quite hear what he said, but he apparently had to go for some reason. But I understand. That is a very good point. Ugh. Sorry, I need to drink for a second. Oh damn, we're still live again. Yep, the stream has dragged on for substantially longer than I expected it to, honestly. But it seems like we keep getting more reasons to just keep talking about stuff.
Oh, I mean, it was funny to have Ophelia Midnight's alt account retweet about this also.
Oh, Ophelia Midnight's account retweeted this.
Yeah, that was the pink shark that I posted in Discord. That was Ophelia Midnight's alt account.
Oh.
That's the one that masturbates in Twitter Spaces.
Oh, that's lovely to hear.
Oh.
Let me just see. Has anything more exploded in the last stuff? No, it has not.
I'm gonna have to read through the.
Yeah, somebody is saying that Doki Bird pinned a comment in her new live stream where she said, everything is still fresh. I was caught off guard just like all of you when it was announced. I won't really have anything new and it's going to be scuffed. So, and the comment is, she only knew when they announced it. What? So this implies that Selen was terminated without even her knowing about it. And she realized it after the fact, which I can believe.
That doesn't surprise me. If they think she's going to do something in any way similar to what she had already proven that she'll do, they would terminate her and they'd lock her out of her channel and terminate her before she would know. They have to.
Okay, this is an interesting thing as well. I will just flip over onto the other thing now. Because this is, I have no idea what these moon runes actually mean. Let me just go over here. Yeah, gaming. And it says here, people should read the Japanese version of the statement too because it's more specific, saying that Selen was not harassed but merely pointed out by other livers.
Immediately go look at the quote tweets because I've already seen that tweet.
Okay, how do I get to the quote tweets? Like these ones? There's Fillet Knife. There's no translation discrepancy, by the way. Bozo here is posting a completely different section of the announcement to muddy the water. Here's the part about Selen receiving harassment from another liver in EN Gen JP. Both versions basically word for word says the same thing. Obviously, I can't read moon runes, so it's a company job, not a school assignment. There are responsibilities, and people shouldn't have had to tell her to take responsibilities of her actions. Yeah, okay, I get this. This is just a guy who is pissing in the wind, trying to cope that this all happened. But I do find it interesting. I was actually kind of curious if there would be any difference between the American tweets and the Japanese tweets, but apparently not, according to these people, which I suppose is a good thing. At least there isn't yet more rats spawning from this disaster. Change the managers and the staff that let these mistakes come up. Still need leadership, though, to make better decisions. Press the wheat. Press
You're
the
never
wheat.
fixing Nijisanji.
Pardon, sorry?
You're never going to fix Nijisanji because it's obvious the problem is all the way up at Rico.
I agree.
Like the rot is from the top down.
At least to the US, the board of directors is legally obligated to act in a way that makes the company money. Having said that, having your talents lie on Twitter could be considered fraud. Yes, I agree. And where is it? Did you guys see Selen's mods starting a stream on her channel of celebration the 100k? Yes, we did. That was part of the stream earlier. It looks like we've been going on so long that people who have not even who weren't even here at the start have started joining in. That's quite amusing to me. One last thing to remember: I got my phone back. Yes, that's true.
Why the fuck is Hexa acting like Umi is a hidden secret? Ophelia's new account literally reads under her V-Reverie account.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're making no secret of the fact that they are done with the company and don't care if they try to sue.
Yeah, that's why I feel that there is an argument to be made about kind of maybe not going nuclear, but being a bit more brazen about all this, because I'd love to... Does anybody have any knowledge of the Akio Air talents? Because I believe that some of the Akio Air talents said that the idiot who was in charge of Akio Air was trying to sue them. I would love to get in contact with some of those ex-talents and ask...
That was Megu that said that.
Who? Sorry?
That was Megu that said that.
Yeah, I need to ask her about that. I should definitely ask her about that.
Especially when it's for a number that they're never going to get out of you, and you're just going to declare bankruptcy immediately.
Low at 6 trending. What now? Ireland belongs to the Irish. Why is that?
I guess Conor McGregor tweeted that shit again.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Conor McGregor, Conor McGregor is literally never talked about on the Irish media in any capacity whatsoever, as far as I'm aware. But I think
because they're scared of him.
Yes, because they're scared of him. I mean, I hope that. Ireland, I really think needs a major shake-up in order to. I would say that Ireland, on the trajectory that it's on right now, is doomed within 10 years. And I really hope that it recovers and that somebody gets in who just says, no more migrants, none of this nonsense, no DEI idiocy, just back to life as it was 10, 15 years ago.
For Conor McGregor, then.
Pardon?
You're going to vote for Conor McGregor for
I
president?
can't vote because I'm not an Irish citizen, but...
I thought you were getting a passport.
I've been looking into it. I still have to deal with some silliness related to that, but we'll see. We'll see. Akio Air dude
Alright,
spent less than 50,000 on his company, and he wants to sue the girls for 100,000. It's a miracle Akio Air is still listed as active with 0 talents. That's amazing. Maybe I should ask Megu to actually be on stream at some point and talk about Akio Air again, because that was
I would wait.
You would wait?
I would wait until she gets that handled.
Yeah, that's fair. I might ask her in private about that anyway, because I'm fascinated by it. Because that guy sounds genuinely demented.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get her to do a watch along for the Doki Bird return.
I think that would be a pretty fun thing to do. I might have to reschedule my assisted suicide thing yet again because Doki Bird is going to be live
it's
on.
Like, and I've got real opinions on it.
And as I said, I'll have call-ins. I'm seriously thinking of asking Lennox if she'd go on stream with me with that as too.
That might be interesting.
Yeah, I quite like her. She's quite fun to talk to. As for V Reverie, a buddy that lives in SG says there's really nothing the company can do to them. I mean, I hope so. I think that a total company death at this point, honestly, almost.
Yeah, the dude's going to be out of money soon.
Good.
It would not surprise me if, what was her name when she was in V Reverie? Cherry.
Cherry, yeah.
If Cherry had a lawyer look at it, because she's made enough to spend 20,000 on Skebs, she probably has enough money to pay a lawyer $1,500 to look at the contract.
Yes.
And found out that it really wasn't anything they could do.
I'm fascinated because V Reverie was seemingly doing really well. Like, it had Sherry, it had other talents that were playing solid numbers. They really seem to be going up in the world, and then suddenly it's just like, nah, we're all gone by.
Well, alright, from being in certain discords and seeing them complain, specifically Cherry, they were treating them like they were treating Cherry like she was mentally ill. And yeah,
I mean...
okay, when you are dealing with someone who's mentally ill, you can't let them know you're treating them like they're mentally ill. Right? You can't sit there and go, you're fucking insane. You have to sit there and kind of guide them. You have to be a shepherd. You don't use the stick to hit them. You just slightly tap them on the shoulder and get them going where you want to go.
Yeah, waiting on Rana to rage quit. That would be extremely entertaining to watch. Rana seems to be the kind of person who, when she goes, definitely goes.
Rana's... she's probably just gonna drink a bottle of gin and throw up in the bathtub again.
Proud to know you have so much to live for. I don't know. Can anything top what has happened today? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. I feel that at the moment, the VTuber sphere, again, I'm really annoyed because I'm probably going to end up spending more money on a cloud subscription just to enable people to live post about this nonsense up until at least, the next few days, because, oh my goodness, there is just so much that's going on. It just doesn't stop. I swear. I'm going to go to bed tonight. I'm going to wake up to Vox graduating or something.
You know, the only reason I would ever want to be a streamer is so that I could turn all of my hobbies into tax deductions. It's like, oh, I accidentally spent $500 on Warhammer shit. Time to do some painting streams. See, that's the thing. I can't even get mad at Cherry for spending 20 grand on Skebs, because I sit there and go, probably about half of those were complete tax deductions. And if she's making enough money as Bree, she might actually want the tax deductions. And anytime you're fucking over the IRS, I just go based.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
But it really does sound like they either fired all of their managers or they had what? Well, it's actually sounds like Rana was put in charge of everyone, and so they fired everyone and then just forced her to do it. Exactly what happened to CyberLive, except no one except the V Reverie girls don't seem to hate Rana for it.
Oh, here's something interesting. Some guy called Merrick has said, Because this is literally the worst legal notice I've read, I'm going to make a thread ripping into it because Nietzsche has found a way to go beyond Black Company territory. Let me just switch back to my thingamajig. There we go. I should note that the context note, the community note is back.
But see, having that discrepancy is like, well, we didn't tell her to take it down. Then who took it down?
Yeah, this is hilarious. This is hilarious. This is, I think it might be a slightly different community note or something. Maybe they edited it or whatever. But yeah, it's back after Nijisanji specifically removed it for a while.
Still, get Doki Bird to do the new haha emote.
Oh, that would be so entertaining. So
She probably already knows what the TVA is.
You see, Selen is such a frequent liar that she disappears for a month without comments from her peers, all whilst not saying a single word anywhere. Yeah, she was just lying all over the place for the entirety of January. She had to be stopped. I mean, she was tweeting like crazy and spilling all kinds of details that happened behind the scenes in last week's streams. Who do they think they're kidding here? Misleading statements on social platforms, they say, as everyone was concerned that she disappeared, so you know what statements, genius? I think this termination is actually the breaking point for most of the people in the Nijisanji community. It's unreal how gross this neglect is. Flagged because none Selen identity, possible self-harm implication. Yep, this
Possible,
was her.
I'm pretty sure that's confirmed at this point.
Yep, they're talking about fan artists here. What materials? Yeah, people are absolutely tearing the statement apart on such a dramatic level.
I love the misleading statements on social platforms, simply because anyone who follows Selen knows she tweets as often as Gura.
This is hilarious. Somebody just posted this as well. This is unreal. This is unreal. Nijisanji world. There's the top comment so far. I'll give that heart. Her body's not even cold. Her body's not even cold. Not you dropping merch right now. Are you kidding?
Your timeline straight up admits that they were fucking hounding her while she was in the hospital. Because why else would you need to contact her emergency contact?
All of these are just negative. Are you guys for real? What's this say? Am I able to do like a deep L on this or something? Translate post. Nijisanji, which is such a huge platform in the world, has a responsibility to maintain, and people really need to understand that it's a business. Yes, a business. Things have to move on, please. Okay, that's just a Nijisanji lover. Oh my goodness, what is he doing? He's
been on fire. I might have to start following Flipsy.
Blessings to Nijisanji, cheers. Thank you always for your detail. Oh my goodness, this guy is pathetic. That is a sad, sad person. Look at him. Look at all these posts. Body's not even cold. Read the room. Y'all can't just post this like nothing happened today. Couldn't you have waited like a day? Oh, thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot to block you. Oh, it's so beautiful, guys.
Oh.
You broke Pomu's heart. You almost killed Selen. We will never forgive you. There is no way.
The question is, like, how long does it take for Millie to be the one to leave? I think if it goes, she's out.
You drop this
because at that point. Oh man, some of these are great.
These are just amazing. No. It's just, look at this. There's dozens of these. There is just dozens and dozens and dozens of these. You are not a clown. You are the entire circus. Oh, amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. 24th Corporate Defense Unit, your army of shills cannot save you. Oh, chat, this is... Sink the yacht! Sink the yacht!
Oh my god.
Oh my, this is just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful
So
to
for
watch.
the meme, I just came up with a meme and I hate myself for it.
I mean,
Picture of a rooftop, grab all of the graduated talent shoes, just have them sitting there. I hate myself for that.
people are mass unsubsubbing from all Niji talents. I have heard, I think I saw that like on Social Blade. Somebody posted an
Yeah,
image
everyone
on
was
Social
down
Blade.
1,000.
Pardon?
I mean, I unsubbed from everyone except Rosemi.
Yeah, fair.
Man, because only reason I was subbed to other talents was in case Pomu or Selen were going to be on and weren't going to be streaming.
Yeah, in support. I understand that. This is
Like,
beautiful, a work
I'm
of
literally
art.
there in case, like, Selen, because Selen never streams collabs.
Did she say why? What's this?
Yeah, it's so that she could focus on gaming. Like, if something has, unless it's like an Apex collab where where people are going to want to see her POV, she doesn't stream.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't even know this list was so long. This guy gets a repost, definitely.
What sucks is we're no longer going to have Niji canceled streams. But those usually ended up with at least one member taking a 1 week break, so.
Oh, that Kyo meme. Oh my goodness, that Kyo meme. If this happened to any company not related to entertainment, we would have had a totally different conversation. Yeah, I agree. Doki YouTube,
Yeah.
200k already. So she's 200,000 subscribers up now. 190, I think, from where she was.
Let's try to get her that gold play button.
It'll be hilarious if she makes like 1 million subscribers after Nijisanji.
Well, I mean, like, she could probably get a few. She could probably get a boost from Mume.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Another fucking Kyo meme. Holy shit!
Look at this stuff.
Great. I'm a little behind because I've got the stream playing on my TV.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a 15-second delay anyway. I've got on low latency.
Yeah.
Fly high, hashtag freebird. Look at this stuff. It's just beautiful. It's so beautiful, guys. I've never seen a community so united in their hatred of a company before. I legitimately haven't. Also, hello, I'm a 3-view again. Wonderful.
Thank you for finally fixing your sleep.
I mean, it's currently 2:21 a.m. and I'm definitely gonna have something to eat after
I meant
this.
finally getting rid of someone we wanted to get gone.
Hollow has the chance to do the most asshole thing possible and approve a Mume/Doko collab.
That would be hilarious.
That would be amazing.
I still think Fish has the chance to do something hilarious by sending his titty goblin because they're in the same city.
Oh wow,
and
yeah,
they're
that's
both
true.
Chinese.
That's true. That's hilarious. That's amazing. It's too bad Hololive almost definitely won't take her on after all that. Although a Mume collab would be amazing. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I do think though that
I think FaZe is the only company dumb enough to fucking take her on. I don't think V Shoujo would either. I don't think V Shoujo would have anything to really gain. And RPR recently signed with with a Japanese company, because what I thought would be a really good idea for our PR, given his love for VTubers and competitive gaming, is start a VTuber company that specializes in VTubers that are actually pretty skilled at games. Sit there and go in their respective game, they're at least masters level.
Yeah, I wish to note that Scuttle has still not reappeared so far. Scuttle's last post was on January 5th, which was his salute thing. So Scuttle has not come back to play Nijisanji Defense Force again. Also, what question have you got, Pipgun? Dokibird joining Holotori. Proctor must never.
That would be the funniest story.
This is amazing. Nijisanji EN talents are products. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, everyone's fucking realized that. And even if I'm going to look at it as a product, okay, let's take it as let's take it as this is a grocery store. The talents, especially female talents, are like fruit. You have to be careful putting them out. They need to look good. You need to make everything nice and symmetrical, and they bruise easily. Turns out most of the men are also like fruit.
Oh yeah, the men are definitely like fruit. Mister was certainly as soft as an old kiwi.
Yeah, Mister also had a little bit of mold on him, so he was about to be tossed out.
I gotta ask, smartest about BG. It's mostly male than JP, right? I don't know.
Niji. He's saying Niji. He's fucking sucks at typing on a phone.
Okay, lol.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is male loaded because basically Kuza, whatever his fucking name is, the fucking white-haired, red-eyed vampire dude, who's literally he's the Gura for Niji. Like, he'll be able to do whatever the fuck he wants because he makes them the most money. But that was kind of the thing with with Pomu and Selen both kind of edging out, is you're losing the few female talents EN side that were actually making you money. Like, you look at any of the later gens, none of those people are really making you money. They will in like 3 to 4 years. Probably. Or that's what you're hoping for. Like, FaZe was probably hoping to just break even on the first gen by now. And they really lucked out and everyone's actually putting them in the green. I mean, you're looking probably a $50,000 to $100,000 investment per person. So they lucked out with Obsidia in the fact that everyone was averaging about 20K in super chats. Selen had 500 to 1,000 members within the first month.
Yeah, I agree.
So she was actually a huge get.
Yeah, there's also somebody in the thread posted this clip as well, which I will play because it's only 1 minute and 46 seconds. It's probably something in the management got a problem around here, but I hope it will be solved. Selen worked really hard for this. This was December 26th.
15 seconds behind.
Pardon?
I'll be about 15 seconds behind.
Okay.
Really happy that Lily Pichu and her producer gave me permission to cover last couple. I honestly did not think I didn't think they would say yes, because like it took I've asked permission to do a cover of this song since last year, but I didn't get like approval for it for a while, and then I because we were like missing the producer approval. And then
sorry about that.
And then so like I actually reached out to the producer because I realized like we had like mutual like followings, and then I was like, hey, can I do a cover of your song? And then he was like, oh yeah, of course you can. And I was like, cool, can you respond to the I was like, by the way, you haven't you respond to. I was like, oh shit, sorry, I didn't see the email. I didn't see the email, but I just responded. So I was just like, thank you, and then I got the approval. So then I was just like, good news, Selen, we just got approval for the last cup of coffee. I was like, yay! Yeah. They're like, good news.
God damn, bros. That hits pretty damn hard. I'll confess. That's pretty unpleasant, honestly. Also, there's a guy here. 1 second, let me just turn off my desktop audio so I can listen to this and see if it's copyright stuff. Yeah, I will definitely get copyright struck from by HoloLive if I play this on stream, which is very irritating. But I will put it on stream as it's song audio in the background, but I will put it on in the chat so that you can see what you can go there yourself if you want. Oh, I'd say very large at this point. Oh, that's another great one. Let me just turn my desktop audio back on. Don't think Hollow can hit you for that. It's not a Hollow song. I mean, whoever owns the song will copyright strike me anyway. They call me Manager 07, 0 perms, 0 covers, 7 graduations.
Like,
yeah, Content ID would definitely get me if I played that song on live on
do-
stream.
I get where PipCunt's coming from. Like, yeah, someone just saying yes isn't. It's not as good, but technically it could be considered in writing. It's on par with a handshake agreement, which I think might be the problem.
I just have.
But I mean, everyone uses e-signing now, so it should be. Oh wait, Japanese company. They probably don't even know that e-signing is a thing.
Yeah, it wasn't that joke about Gura and her fax machine or something?
Hey, to be fair, like faxing is still extremely secure.
Yeah, I can believe that.
So like, if you give a fuck about security, faxing's still the way to go. It's just a ton of fucking paper.
The sad thing is, Kurosanji's stock had a higher price than Covercore. Again, I don't think our people are arguing the termination. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm glad she got terminated. Frankly, I see what she did as kind of a hail. Your analysis of it is actually pretty bloody scary. The idea that she uploaded the song and then tried to kill herself. That's a dark reading that I really hope is not true, but as far as I'm concerned, it's credible, and that's terrifyingly credible in the current state of things.
She uploaded the song, they took it down, then she tweeted out, "Hey, just fucking re-upload it wherever," and then she tried to kill herself.
Yeah, that is a timeline of events I don't want to think about too hard, but seems disturbingly credible at this point.
Well, if I was crazier than I am, which yeah, BPD would kind of count. That's the kind of thing I would see happening with people I know who have BPD and are actually getting treated for it.
Yeah, what
That would be the I'm not going to sit there and get in my own way. I'm going to completely burn this shit to the ground.
I agree. Kiwi Noir, Selen had to leave. If Niji kept her around like that, she would just have suffered more. Yeah, I agree. I think this, after the pain of this wound has scabbed over, I think that Doki Bird will have a good career ahead of her. I mean, getting 200,000 extra subscribers kind of illustrates the amount of support that she'll get right there.
I'm going to be real. Like, I thought they would. I didn't think they would get rid of her until March because I thought they'd want to cash in on the voice packs and Valentine's merch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've obviously seen that and gone, yeah, we're just going to announce another merch thing.
That's why this actually feels extra petty to me. Because you're denying her that little payday at the end of the.
Yeah, I agree with you too. It really feels
and
like
it's cutting off your nose to spite your face also. Like, it is just a spiteful act to get rid of her beforehand.
100%. Glad women suck at offing themselves.
I mean, ideally, because she said January 27th she tried to shoot for graduation. What I would have done is gone, okay, we're going to announce your graduation February 13th. That way all the Dragoons find out that this is your last merch. And we'll graduate you February 28th, February 29th.
Yeah, that's
how
reasonable.
You maximize your profit. And if Nijisanji had done that, there would have been no bad blood. Like, you wouldn't see any of this. So they did reputational damage by not going this way.
I 100%
but
agree.
It also would have been seen as... But here's the problem. Because I just thought of this.
Oh, Hyper Shouter just said they haven't even closed her memberships, by the way.
Yeah, we know Renegon got a membership to steal emotes. But there's also the problem of you just showed that if you did what I just suggested, if they did that, they would show every talent that you can fuck up bad enough that we should fire you. And not only are we going to let you graduate, we're going to reward you. So they kind of had to do this real fast. They had to, really shit broke down in December. I would have sat there and gone, take your time, but this is a done deal. We're done. You're officially fired right now. We will announce your termination at a time in which you're okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. Right, somebody else is pinging me. One moment, let me just see what this is. That's nice. Well, I can feel a bit of a headache coming on now after all of this talking. Also, why is my stupid aspect ratio broken again? There we go. I think I'm going to call it a night here at this point because I am getting really sleepy. And as I said, I've got a headache now after all of this. But it's just been a fascinating night. And I'm certain there's going to be enough material for a follow-up stream in the next few days at most. I think this is going to resonate.
Not.
Yeah, it's going to resonate throughout the VTuber community for a long time.
Yeah, no, I think Nijisanji is going to have a hard time getting their next wave.
I quite agree, and I don't think they deserve any kind of sympathy at this point. It really is a case of total Niji death. I don't have any sympathy for Nijisanji. I think they handled this situation dreadfully, even in the case of Selen being objectively in the wrong on multiple counts. This is a terrible way to handle your talents.
Also, at this point, joining FaZe is going to get you the same number as joining Nijisanji. That's like that was the big advantage of joining Nijisanji. You were guaranteed 1,000 live viewers. You can expect 10% of them are going to give you some money, and 1% of them are going to be whales. Having 10 whales is way better than having one.
Yep, that's true. Well, thank you for joining with me and helping me to keep up my energy in this last hour or so where I've been kind of flagging. And I also massively appreciate everybody who has been sticking with me this entire time. I think our peak was something like 135 or so, according to my current metrics, which I really appreciate. So let me see. On Wednesday, I'm not sure when Doki Bird stream actually is. I'm not sure if I will be
8
streaming.
o'clock Eastern.
Pardon?
8 o'clock Eastern. I don't
8
know what that
o'clock
is in Ireland time.
Eastern.
You stream at 5. Your stream is set up for 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So you'd either have a hard out at 3 hours or.
Well, 3 hours is not a bad time. So
No.
we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go make myself noodles or something now. I'm both hungry and thirsty, and nice noodles sound like a great thing.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too. I'll just right. Once again, thank you everybody, guys. I will see you when I see you. It is all up in the air right now, and good night. Good night for now. I might stream on Thursday if Wednesday is a bust with Doki Bird stuff. So good night, lads. Good night. Thank you so much.